It's for real people.
Let me tell you one of the reasons I think we became the largest injury firm in the world, and it's not even close. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. My wife and I had a plan early on. In our firm, our lawyers only work on certain types of cases. Our products liability and dangerous drug lawyers only work on those cases. Same for car crashes, workers' compensation, medical malpractice, and insurance disputes. Our thinking is for these lawyers to focus on one area of the law and live it and breathe it. Power comes from knowledge. Many lawyers do everything, jack of all trades. Not us, and we don't charge an hourly rate. You only pay us if we win. If you want to hire us, it's easy. Dial Pound Law on your cell phone, pound 529, or visit forthepeople.com on your phone or computer from the comfort of your own home. Let us get to work for you. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Your child is 18, and suddenly you no longer have legal access to their medical info, even in an emergency. No health decisions, no financial help, nothing, unless you plan ahead. That's why Trust and Will created the Young Adult Plan. It includes HIPAA authorization, healthcare directives, and power of attorney. Everything your child needs to stay protected and stay connected. Go to trustandwill.com and get your Young Adult Plan for just $69, because turning 18 shouldn't mean cutting parents out of the picture. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. See website for details.
Trust and Will.
Some things can steal your sunshine.
Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Join us for Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame night as we honor legends Jimmy Rollins and Ed Wade on Friday, August 1st when the Phils host the Tigers at 6:45. Secure your seats today at Phillies.com. Get ready to flex like the Fanatic on Tuesday, August 5th when kids 14 and under receive a Fanatic Big Chain presented by Terminix as the Phils take on the Orioles at 6:45. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, July 30th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. On social media at 1210 WPHT. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. It's a Wednesday. That means Tony Bruno will join us for the cut sheet live from Florida at 7:45. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Happy hump day.
I know you've done a little hair change. Have you decided to go to American Eagle and get your Nazi jeans?
Yeah, that's right.
I can't believe we're still doing this. I can't
What?
believe this. I can't believe this controversy is still happening and still a thing.
Oh, I was so ready. I was going to go to the mall yesterday, get some American Eagle jeans, some Old Navy tech vest.
Sydney Sweeney jeans.
I'm dumber by the day having listened to the arguments on this, honestly.
Some performance fleece from the Gap.
Do you remember what it was like, Nick, Dawn? Well, maybe not so much for you, Dawn, because you've been immersed in this for so long. When you could just, like, enjoy the summer and not worry about what nincompoops on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook were saying.
Yeah.
Do you remember those days where we didn't have to get all involved in the controversy du jour of the day?
We'll go back to the old days with MySpace and AOL.
Now every numbnut has a platform, and they get on their phones and they get on their chats, and they're like, "Oh, I have an opinion. My opinion matters." No, it doesn't. You're stupid. You're dumb. You're dumb. Nobody cares what you think about jeans. Your jeans are not very good because you're complaining about jeans. How about that? How about that? Maybe your gene pool is shallow because you are complaining about a jean ad.
Yeah. Old enough to remember when Beyonce was in the same jean ad and they deemed it art.
Right.
Remember
Well,
that?
They need Beyonce back.
Yeah, I
Maybe
know.
she'll get the gig.
Right. Well, Kamala needs her back, too, because she paid her to show up and sing, and she never did. Oh, we have a lot to get to today, including Fight Club, the cut sheet, Tony Bruno. Big take centered around this absurdity with Sydney Sweeney. American healing is the theme of the big take today. Also,
American healing?
American healing.
Okay.
Yes, indeed. It's the best I could come up with.
That's good.
I need to find like one of those New York Post back page headline writers.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great.
We have that in the budget?
No.
No?
No, we don't.
All right.
No, we don't.
I just figured I'd ask.
We're lucky we get paid.
Yeah, that's true.
They're like, I know you three get up in the middle of the night, but would you guys like to do this for nothing?
Sure. It's like I did when I was 23 trying to prove myself. Spotify wants to censor. We'll talk about that. Joe Rogan, the Biden administration. This story comes back to light. Also, in the media, Trump against Harlov and Colbert against CBS. And make flying great again.
Thank you. Yes. Make flying great again. Thank you.
Very interesting variety of stories that we'll kick around before we get to Bruno and the cut sheet. But let's get to the news. Round number one, it's 6:03, the great Dawn Stensler.
And good morning, Kayal Company News Live. We are, oh man, it's going to be another hot one, let's just say. We are July 30th. We'll tell you when we will have the cool down, supposedly heavy rain, flash flooding. But for today, the heat is on. We're already at 78 degrees with these high heat warnings by the National Weather Service, issuing those heat advisories expiring tonight at 8 o'clock. Let's get into it. Speaking of the weather, high waves after one of the world's strongest earthquake struck Russia's far east early this morning, I guess, on their time. But it was an 8.8 magnitude trembler, setting off a tsunami in the northern Pacific region, prompting warnings for Alaska, Hawaii, other coasts south toward New Zealand, and tsunami warning sirens blaring in Honolulu, people moving to higher ground, for example, high waves. So everybody on high alert, a lot of evacuations. So we have that going on.
Oprah lives in Hawaii, right?
One of her many homes.
So apparently, and again, I'm just going by a dude on the internet. So I don't know how true this is, but apparently she has her own road that takes her from the beachfront area to higher ground, and it's her own road, and I guess, they were evacuating yesterday. So they were telling everybody, hey, evacuate. So this guy tries to go on Oprah's road, and there's a police barricade. Roll this.
Oh, my God.
Look at this. I think they're trying to open Oprah's road.
Oprah's road. Look at that.
Come on, Oprah. Save us. All the way up country, bro. All the way up country. She got it all to herself.
She has her own road.
And everybody trying to get in. Cops trying to open it. Nope. Still closed. Man. She got her own road from Wailea all the way up country, which is the safe zone. And she won't even save us.
Nope.
No, I don't know that, but road's still closed. People are still passing it. And we're still stuck.
Nice face tats, bro.
Stuck. And a tsunami is coming. I have an hour and a half until it hits, so we're getting there.
There you go.
You think Oprah would open up her front door for him?
It's just these elites. I don't know if she's not opening the road or not.
Well, you could see it. Somebody closed the road.
Somebody closed the road, but they don't. It's all about them. They don't. This is my road. Don't drive on my. I don't care if there's a tsunami. I need to get out.
Yep.
Oprah.
Oprah.
Hideous human.
Open your road, woman. Well, she paid for that road.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I guess so.
I'm sure she actually did, not the taxpayers.
She probably actually created the road, right?
She probably paid
It was probably just
for
weeds
that road.
or sand, and she rolled out some asphalt and said, I want a road.
That's right. The Oprah Road. I love that he called it the Oprah Road. That was my favorite thing.
David in South Carolina says, you get a road, you get a road, you get a road.
You get nothing.
Yeah, you get nothing. Suffer with the rest of the plebes.
Yep.
So this earthquake, top 6 ever recorded in the history of the world.
Wow.
By the way, this biggity big. This is the ultimate biggity. As I say biggity big, this is big.
Yeah.
So out in Russia. So now we have all these tsunami warnings, the entire West Coast pretty much.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for an earthquake to set off a tsunami warning for the entire West Coast.
Yeah.
That happened in Russia.
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
That's a big one.
Is Putin okay?
Yeah. Maybe that'll give Trump the excuse to call. Hello, Pootie.
Yeah.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
Want to talk?
Yeah.
So we have that going on. We're watching, so a lot of weather news with the tsunami warnings, the West Coast bracing, and then a lot of evacuations there. And then as well for us, this oppressive heat wave and when it will finally break. So we do have a story, police-involved story. I'll take you to New Jersey. A man shot and killed by police. It happened in Berlin Township, New Jersey, yesterday afternoon, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, right near Haddon Avenue and Bate Avenue. So the New Jersey Attorney General's office says that 2 New Jersey State Police detectives were conducting some kind of investigation that actually involved this man in particular. And so at some point, authorities say one of those detectives opened fire, then performed life-saving measures at the scene, but the man died after being rushed to Cooper University Hospital. They're not really giving much in the way of details. There were some witnesses talking about it, who witnessed it or who were in the vicinity, but the man who died has not been identified officially.
Yeah, our buddy Wayne Bonfiglio from the New Jersey FOP Lodge 56 sent me a text yesterday. Wayne, obviously a big guy when it comes to the coordination of the bike ride. He said that the shooting that occurred yesterday is right when you leave the first rest stop on the bike ride.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So it's right by,
right when you pull in for the drinks and the snacks, right there.
Well, the first rest stop was at the lodge, wasn't it?
I don't think, was it?
I don't know.
I only remember the lodge in the wee hours of the morning from our debate.
Yeah, I didn't
Greg
stop there,
was
Nick.
whizzing by at 40 miles an hour.
Oh, well, yeah.
I whizzed by the first.
You wouldn't know what that spot is like.
Yeah, I whizzed by the first rest stop because I don't stop.
Where all the peons stop for Gatorade and bananas.
Yeah.
All the fatties.
15 miles. You're like, oh, heavens to Betsy, I was perspiring.
Yeah. I was beginning to chafe.
Greg didn't even break a sweat.
Thank you. Oh, yes, I did. Oh, man, did I. Yikes.
So what we know as far as updating you on the shooting, the deadly shooting, some have called it Midtown Massacre, Manhattan, New York City. So we know that a New York City police officer, 3 other civilians were killed by that gunman who opened fire. Obviously, this was day before yesterday. We talked a lot about it in that high-rise 345 Park Avenue. And so we're learning more about the victims. We've talked a lot about the suspect here and his note, perhaps his motive that he left, the note that he left behind. But we know an off-duty New York City police officer, an executive at the investment management company Blackstone, an employee of the real estate firm Rudin Management, as well as a security guard, all of those individuals. So we're learning more about them as well because, yeah.
The Blackstone executive that was killed, you will be shocked to know, Don Senslin, that liberals on TikTok are celebrating the fact that she was killed. So
that's...
Yeah, it's no. We have a montage. We'll play it later, but yes, it's the people are, again, you give dummies platforms and you get stupid things. You know what I mean? Like that's just what happens. This is why we can't have nice things, because
is Stalker calling for censorship? 855-839-1210. We'll take your calls.
You give dummies platforms and they say stupid things. I'm going to say it again.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. She's identified as 43-year-old Wesley LePatner, the Blackstone employee, wife and mom. Her kids, 2 of her kids were at summer camp, by the way.
God.
At summer camp.
I see that. I saw the picture of them, and it breaks my heart.
These families just devastated as you learn all of the information about them.
Yeah, those kids are orphans now. I know they have the father, but
they'll never be the same.
It'll never be the same.
Of course not.
Kids lose their mother. They're orphans.
Yeah. Speaking of families, Old City Philly tweets us, says, "Good morning, crew. Have the family in the car and we're listening to the show. Gemma and Nick were able to meet the team in studio a while back and are asking for a shout out."
Oh, there's your shout out.
Old City Philly, we don't do shout outs. I'm sorry.
Except we read your tweets and we read your comments on YouTube.
Yeah.
And by the way, another, I don't think we named Julia Hyman, who was 27, just out of college a few years, was excited to have this job at Rudin Property Management. So she had graduated of Cornell, and it's just such a sad situation as we learn more about the victims. We've talked a lot about the law enforcement officer yesterday and his family, his two little kids, 2 little boys, and a very pregnant wife who's due in just a matter of weeks. So just such a sad story coming out of Manhattan.
I'm reading the New York Post has like pictures of the notes that this guy left. Who's Terry Long?
Terry Long.
It says it if you see on the thing, it says Terry Long, football gave me CTE and it caused me to drink a gallon of antifreeze. You can't go against the NFL. They'll crush you.
Drink a gallon of antifreeze?
That's what
Terry Long?
Terry Long is. It says at the very beginning.
Might be somebody in the NFL offices.
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
I mean,
no relation to Chris or Howie.
Right. I was thinking Howie Long and Terry Bradshaw, but I don't know a Terry Long. Yeah.
So we're talking about all of that following these latest developments, as well as Greg, as you talked about those notes as far as the motive, CTE, mental health, all of that. Mayor Adams speaking out again, saying the investigation now is focusing on 2 things. That is that they're sending 2 different teams of detectives, and one is going to Las Vegas to the home of where the shooter, Shane Tamura, where he worked. The other to his home to check out firearms. A lot of the Democrats in New York, including Mayor Adams, speaking out about firearms. And even though they have among the strictest regulations on gun control in the city, they say the real problem is that the firearms are allowed to cross state lines.
The firearms are allowed to cross state lines.
Firearms.
Gotcha.
Much like Veggie Tales. Like they should just have animated like vegetables that can walk around and talk. Yeah. So I guess these have a life of their own.
Phil Omquist says Terry Long died in 2005. Ex-NFL player had CTE.
Oh.
And he played for the Steelers, according to Bryn Mawr Builders.
Okay. Never heard of him.
So we have a 31-year-old man who's behind bars right now and being held behind bars. I'm going to take you to Lansdale, not too far from where I have my brother and sister-in-law live. But in this case, this guy is, and they're saying that he's experiencing being unhoused, a homeless man, they say. But he's under arrest and went before a judge and is in jail. Why? Well, he's accused of breaking into a Lansdale home where a woman was asleep in her bed. She told police that she woke up in the middle of the night with this man on top of her and strangling her in her bed. She fought against him and fought back, was able to get away and call police after she got into a fight with him, punching, kicking, etc. As she says, he was trying to strangle her. That's how she woke up. It happened at 2:00 in the morning. And she says then she was able to push him away and get away from this guy. Well, he's now identified by the authorities as 31-year-old Jonathan Avila Arevalo. And they did catch him near the intersection of Wood and Madison Streets. And he reportedly still had in his possession the stolen iPad that he stole from her house, which, by the way, that's, of course, how they tracked him.
Yeah, I was going to say. What
iPad.
a dummy.
Yeah.
So what's unique as well about this story, not only that, thank God, this woman got away, her harrowing, story, neighbors rattled, but as well, the investigators confirmed that Mr. Avila Arevalo is, in fact, a migrant from Guatemala.
Oh, no. What the hell you say?
And he entered the United States illegally about 2 years ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's when Alejandro Mayorkas was putting in overtime.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And Kamala was the border czar.
But they caught him?
They caught him because of
The iPad.
quick action.
Yeah.
They were able to track the iPad.
Find my iPad, yeah.
So this guy was arraigned in court. During the arraignment, his public defender, state, a taxpayer paid public defender, as well as there was an interpreter there because he does not speak any English whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were there in court with him. District Judge Ed Levine ordering this guy to be held on a $99,000 cash bail. Also, they confirmed that in court as well, he's not a U.S. citizen and that immigration officials, ICE, has already lodged a detainer against this guy. So in the event that he would post bail.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Firing squad.
Yeah.
Firing squad.
I'll tell you what, if Tom Homan and ICE are swinging through Lansdale and Montgomery County, swing on by, pick up your boy. I'll come along for a ride along. Put Dawn in the back seat. She can report.
That's right.
I'll just fist pump in the passenger seat.
Why does Dawn have to be in the back seat and you're in the passenger seat?
She's the reporter. That's where they go for ride-alongs, right, Dawn?
That sounds sexist to me.
Dawn used to sit in the back of the police cars for the ride-alongs.
I feel like Dawn should be in the
passenger
side.
It's fine.
In the undercover, when I did undercover ride, it depends on where, but if you're doing undercover, they wanted me in the middle of the front seat.
Oh, the middle.
Yeah.
PA pyrotechnic fan, possibly white.
All right, Dawn, you can sit up front. I'll sit on Homan's lap.
But no, you're right. They wouldn't let in a cruiser. They wouldn't let you in the front anyway either.
Yeah.
Just the policy.
That's right.
I've been in the back of a few cruisers in my day.
Not for those kind of ride-alongs, right, my friend?
Yeah, I did a ride-along, but it was,
Oh, my goodness.
for other reasons.
Remember when you, yesterday, you were showing us, day before, talking about that Cincinnati, that horrible assault.
Yeah.
Where a crowd of individuals beat up a man as well as a knockout punch to a woman who was knocked, it appeared unconscious on the pavement and was bleeding from her mouth. She had a blue dress on with those pink flowers.
Yep.
That image of her went viral. Well, now we know that they have two people arrested after that. The news media calling it a brawl, by the way. But 2 people have been arrested, and they're looking for 3 others.
Yeah.
So they're looking to arrest a total of 5, but they've already caught 2.
The police chief, I thought, said they 5 were charged.
They've charged the 5, but they've only caught 2 of the 5.
Yeah, I believe
so. They've issued the charges. You're correct.
Yeah, the chief went on some sort of rant about people taking videos out of context on social media. I don't know what that was about. By the way, when did police chiefs all become liberals that look like Rosie O'Donnell? You notice that every big city has a female liberal police chief that looks like Rosie O'Donnell?
Do we have this? This is 11.
I think we do. I thought I saw it on the sheet yesterday.
In part, though, the chief was saying that only out of all of that huge crowd, they only got one 911 call.
Only one. Yeah, because everybody was recording.
Yes, that was one of the points the chief made.
Good.
Roll this.
The only good point.
We have victims and suspects identified, and we have charged 5 people in this offense. I'm not going to release that information to you. I will say, if individuals were down there and participated in this event, it would be in their best interest to come turn themselves in at one of our police districts. We have 5 we have charged and
anticipate more. Also, the vice mayor. I didn't realize Cincinnati had a vice mayor. So I guess it's not the mayor; it's the vice mayor. Kearney reacts to the weekend's assault at the. She called it one incident of adults fighting.
Yeah, right.
10.
But the conversation turns to this one incident, adults fighting at 3 a.m. This is not who we are.
This is not who we are. This is
not
just
who we
adults fighting. Nothing to see here.
Well, they did elevate it. Dawn said they went from fight to brawl. So we're working our way closer to the actual correct terminology.
By the way, it was a jazz festival.
Oh.
Yeah, 90,000 people.
Look out for those jazz festivals.
I know.
Yikes. My Lord.
Be careful if you go to Music Fest this weekend, folks.
Yeah.
There'll be a Jazz Fest fight.
So the 2 people that they've taken into custody, 5 charged in total, so they're still searching for 3, but then they're charged with felony counts here. And then looking at their rap sheets, of course, both of the 2, rap sheets going back to 2009, including aggravated robbery. By the way.
Shocking.
Real sweethearts here.
Real sweethearts.
Yeah, so we got that going on. I don't have a condition update on the woman who was knocked unconscious. That the image of her just lying there knocked out.
So I've seen reports on social media, and again, it's social media, so take it for what you will. But they're saying that she was up. She had some like brain bleeding and stuff. It was pretty serious.
Yeah.
But she is up. She's conscious, and she did give a statement or whatever. So that's a good sign, I guess. I don't know anything further than that condition, but yeah. I mean, she got knocked out.
That was horrible.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
By a dude.
Yeah. Coward.
Shoot that guy.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't say that.
You're not allowed to say that.
I'm not allowed to say that. No, don't do that, obviously.
Well, I know I'll just headline for you because I know we have a lot of news as far as health agencies. Of course, President Trump, what he's saying, that's going viral. President Trump and all of the Ghislaine Maxwell, Virginia Giuffre, we were talking about it yesterday. And now if you look at all the news this morning, those are the names that are trending on social media for sure. All of that lovely news that I'm not going to get into because I was focusing on local. Speaking of local, the big story here is we talked about the Heat, but I will say for our Philadelphia Phillies, we did well against the White Sox, winning 6-3, and then today round out the White Sox at 2:10 p.m. This is in Chicago, and then coming home just in time for some cooler weather on Friday. So hopefully we take care of business at Chicago White Sox.
Yes,
Go
indeed,
Phils.
Dawn. Philly weather. Do you have a sponsor? I'm sorry.
I did not.
Okay. Philly weather, 83 degrees. We have a high of, by the way, 83 already.
Yeah,
it says 81. Or now it says 78. I've seen like 5 different temperatures this morning.
Depends
but
on where you
it's
are.
too hot early. Let's just put it that way. It's going up to 97 today. Tomorrow we're going to have storms with a high of 88, and then it's going to cool off on Friday. Only a high of 73 to begin August with some rain showers, but it sets up for a beautiful weekend. 83 and sunny on both Saturday and Sunday. All right, we'll come back, get to a Wednesday big take. It's on the way. Kayal and Company, back after this.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They're focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has two very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com, VANARIA, veneriadental.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Ah, 6:31, Kayal and Company, live on a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno will join us at 7:45 from Florida for another edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. But right now, time for a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
The Big Take this morning, American healing. Donald Trump may have won the 2024 election, but it's the American people that were the ultimate winners. America is getting healthy again. The Maha movement is in full swing as Americans want to be in better physical health, far more in tune than ever before in regards to what goes into their bodies. And the woke mind virus has been defeated as Americans are done with a fringe minority shoving their mental health-induced left-wing ideology down our throats about how everything in this country is fascist, sexist, racist, homophobic, and transphobic. But the progressives, some select socialists, and dying media will still attempt their Hail Mary longshot efforts at influencing the next generation. Even ABC's Good Morning America. Listen and watch.
Time to check the pulse. We begin with the backlash over a new ad campaign featuring actress Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, the ads are for American Eagle, and the tagline is, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Now, in one ad, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actress talks about genes as in DNA being passed down from her parents.
The play on words is being compared to Nazi propaganda with racial undertones.
The pun, good genes, activates troubling historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement in its prime between like 1900 and 1940 weaponized the idea of good genes just to justify white supremacism.
Despite that backlash, American Eagle stock has been soaring.
Soaring like an eagle. Disney should be ashamed for running that segment. Yes, she has good genes. Genes. She's gorgeous. She probably has or had good-looking parents. That's usually what occurs. And she damn sure looks good in jeans. Jeans. Remember when Beyonce did a jeans ad and it was called art? The goal is great-looking spokespeople to sell products. Mission accomplished. American Eagle stock is soaring. Here's another ad from American Eagle with Sydney Sweeney as she gets into what looks to be a Ford Mustang. Listen and watch.
Sydney Sweeney has great genes.
Yep, there she goes, getting in that GT 350. Next thing you know, muscle cars are toxic masculinity. It's amazing how simple advertising, programming, and broadcasting can be when you keep it simple. Not political. The same with comedy. We're getting back to being funny again. The era of woke is over. Shane Gillis, hired by Anheuser-Busch after the Dylan Mulvaney debacle. Shane Gillis also hired by ABC, ESPN, and Disney to host the ESPY Awards. And Nike is back to running ads with the number one athletes in the world, like PGA Tour superstar Scottie Scheffler. The ad has Scottie Scheffler on the 18th green after winning the British Open with his newborn son crawling towards him to celebrate Daddy's victory. Phil, please throw up these two photos on YouTube. The first picture on your left says, "You've already won," as the little baby crawls towards Dad. The second picture says, "But another major never hurt." Kudos to Nike for celebrating fatherhood in a day and age where the left wants to denigrate the nuclear family, where we have a fatherhood crisis. Because I actually think being a parent is kind of cool. Raising a son or daughter, pretty cool. Being married, having a traditional family, kind of cool, no matter what the media and the left will tell you. And how do you end up looking like Sydney or excelling in sports like Scotty? By taking care of your physical health as well as your mental health. Headline from Axios: Gen Z influencers give RFK Jr.'s movement a new edge. They write, quote, "Joining Maha Moms are a new wave of teen influencers in gaining followers by touting ideas in Bobby Kennedy's public health movement. Youth influencers are driven in part by concerns about chronic disease that they see in their parents and their grandparents. The New York Times has even dubbed them crunchy teens for their embrace of natural living." Here was one influencer on Fox and Friends First. Listen and watch this.
Secretary RFK Jr. pushing the MAHA agenda over the weekend, this time putting his focus on better guidelines for schools.
We are going to issue by December, but we're probably going to get them out at the end of October, myself and Brooke Rollins, new dietary guidelines that are common sense. It's a new opportunity to reboot and change the diets in our schools. So that's one of, I think, one of the really important things that the governors can do.
Boy, is that needed. Meantime, as MAHA continues to reel in wins, Gen Z joining in on the fun. One half of the influencer duo, MAHA girls, Lexi Verchalis, joins me now. Lexi, thanks for being here. Why are young people like you flocking to MAHA?
I think it's so needed. I mean, we see a rise of chronic illnesses that are preventable in people my age and younger. Obesity, type 2 diabetes, PCOS, all of these are preventable with diet and lifestyle. And it's honestly heartbreaking to see my peers and younger go through this stuff.
I did a little research on you, and your focus is really on the gut-brain connection. What do we need to know / what do we need to do in order to improve our lives?
Yes, 70% of serotonin, our feel-good hormone, is made in our gut. So if we eat bad, we are going to feel bad mentally and physically. So I think it's crucial that we fuel our bodies with real, whole, single-ingredient, unprocessed foods that God created and designed us to eat to make us feel our best.
Who knew that food can lead to better mental health? But tell that to the far left who continue their smear tactics. Last week we saw Hulk Hogan's death. They tried to make a stink of Hogan's N-word drop 18 years ago. Most Americans tuned that noise out. Even this week with the awful tragedy in New York City, CNN tried to make the assumption that the shooter was a white male. Their identity obsession needs to come with a confession. We're sorry for making everything toxic when it doesn't have to be, including masculinity. And try telling that to Mayor Pete, who some believe could be the Democrat nominee in 2028. But yet he still can't even come to grips with men in women's sports being categorically wrong. Listen and watch this.
When President Trump says something like no boys and girls sports, which is a phrase that they use, it sounds like you're not signing on to that.
I think that chess is different from weightlifting, and weightlifting is different from volleyball, and middle school is different from the Olympics. So that's exactly why I think that we shouldn't be grandstanding on this as politicians. We should be empowering communities and organizations and schools to make the right decisions.
First of all, Petey, chess is not a sport. There's nothing remotely athletic about chess. It's purely a mental game. Secondly, no amount of facial hair will convince the average 9-to-5 dude in America that you define masculinity. And the truth is, the left has lost the culture wars. The experiment is over. But culture wars are only a small portion of the political pie. The left on the wrong side of all of the true issues that matter. Scott Jennings of CNN explains with Patrick Bet-David. Listen and watch.
Democrats
because of the Biden presidency, because they lied about Joe Biden's condition, because they lied to the country about the inflationary impacts of his policies, have dug themselves the deepest hole they've ever been in the history of their party. That's number one. Number two, cultural radicalism. I mean, when the hills you're willing to die on are boys and girls sports, paying for transgender surgeries of inmates, which Kamala Harris had in the last election. When you're willing to die on these hills, when you're willing to go and say Maryland man unfairly deported back to his home country, I mean, when you're willing to die on all these 80-20 hills, eventually your approval rating will wind up, I'm no mathematician, but around 20.
Yeah, exactly.
They're getting there. And so this hole they've dug themselves in, like if I can't trust you not to put a boy in my daughter's locker room, why would I talk to you about taxation policy or inflation or tariffs or anything else? You're trying to put a boy in my girl's locker room.
That's right.
Why?
Day by day, advertisement by advertisement, soundbite after soundbite, story after story, poll after poll, America is climbing itself out of the insane and returning not only to normalcy again, but what made America great to begin with. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big take this morning. If you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe buttons. I actually just want to pass this number along for everybody out there that is a purchaser of jeans as we get ready for back to school. You know, this is proof that the internet and social media is not real life. American Eagle Outfitters Incorporated stock market, they've gone up 11.7 points since July 28th. They were up 2 points yesterday, which is 21.62% in the past month. You would think, oh my God, Sydney Sweeney, toxic, boycott American Eagle. No, just because 13 people are outraged by it does not mean that people in real life are. And I think this is a perfect example. Dawn, your thoughts on just how lost the left is with the culture wars? I mean, we're now calling Sydney Sweeney Nazi propaganda.
Yeah, it's crazy. But in the history of this, these jean companies, I think they want the controversy. So I was even looking up like best ads of all time. Now, last year, Beyonce did a Levi's commercial. You never heard anything about it.
Oh.
Did you even know that? 'Cause
No.
I was looking up, while you were talking blue jean ads and blue jean endorsements. So,
I actually thought she did an American Eagle jean ad years ago. That's why I was making that reference.
yeah, maybe she did years ago, but
Okay.
I think she did Levi's last year.
Levi's. Okay.
And the thing with Sydney Sweeney, the jeans that she's wearing, I'm like, meh, they're not that like great.
No, they're not.
To be honest.
No, I like real skin tight jeans.
Right?
Those little flare jeans. That's not my thing.
That's not the look right
That's
now.
not the look right now. You have these girls who are wearing almost like Nick when we were young. It almost looks like they're wearing like those Jenko jeans.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Kind of
like,
baggier.
They're baggier.
Yeah.
but the super baggy.
Yeah.
Like
my
that
daughter
super
has them.
baggy.
My daughter has them. Mia wears them.
But the ones she wore that you showed, they're like mom jeans.
Mm-hmm.
They are mom jeans.
Like
yeah.
I wouldn't be caught dead in those jeans.
But
if I'm wearing jeans, I'm wearing either skin tight jeans or I'm wearing the really baggy ones.
But Dawn, my
those.
love, it just shows how out of touch you are because that's what all the kids are wearing. I agree with you.
No, the kids are. I mean, what the teenagers are wearing, they're wearing like super baggy.
Yes,
like they're lower, like below your belly button, but they're like way baggier than what she had on.
They kind of like flare out, right?
Yeah.
We have another one of
flare
those
out.
Sydney Sweeney ads. 24, Phil. Do you have
Let's
24?
Oh, here we
Genes
go.
are passed down from parents to offspring,
Yeah.
often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color.
Cup size.
The jean jacket's nice.
My jeans are blue.
Sydney Sweeney has very keen.
Yeah, like
I'm
I
not
said.
here to tell you to buy American Eagle jeans. And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn.
Right.
Or
See,
that they make your butt look amazing.
Yeah, baby.
Why would I need to do that? But if you said that you want to buy the jeans, I'm not going to stop you.
Right.
But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle jeans.
Sydney Sweeney has very keen.
You see what I did there, right?
Yeah, I do.
Hi, I'm Sydney Sweeney, and I'm from Spokane, Washington. I can work as a local hire as well, though, and I am available for the American Eagle jeans campaign shoot.
Profile and hands, please.
These jeans are what all the teenagers wear.
Yep.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
Not the first mom.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We'll be in touch.
Sydney Sweeney has very keen.
There you go. I mean, we talk about my jeans on this show all the time, right? No, of course I don't wear jeans. I wear golf shorts.
Your health
but my
jeans.
health jeans are awful.
Yeah.
I'm going to be dead at 61.
You will not.
Heart history on my father's side. Cancer and diabetes. On down the list. I have inherited bad genes. Genes.
And you're a white guy.
And I'm a white guy. Oh, my God. The fact that I mean, think about this. That just goes to show you how conflicted right now the media is. So on one hand, which is why I brought up Shane Gillis hosting the ESPYs last week or 2 weeks ago, that's a Disney property. They own ESPN. So they, at that moment in time, said, you know what? Bud Light is using Shane Gillis. He's no longer toxic. He's in the clear. We can use him. And then on Good Morning America, same company, they decide to bring on whoever that lunatic professor was. And, well, between 1900 and 1940, you know, there was this genes and it was eugenic and it was systemic. And oh, my God. Where do they find these people? You write books about this and thesis statements and give dissertations on this? Fine. Back in 1900, I got you. But a gene ad?
You know what's funny is that I thought on Monday when we were talking about this, I was like, well, this will be a controversy for, 12 hours.
Yeah.
And then it'll be gone. It is Wednesday. And we're still talking. There's still people posting videos.
I know.
There's still people posting videos here. Phil, get roll cut 2.
If I'm Abercrombie and Fitch or Hollister or any of these other jean companies, Gap, Old Navy, Wrangler, Levi's, I'm finding as many hot blondes with great jeans as I could possibly find.
Cut 2, Phil, do you have it, buddy? Cut 2.
Cut 2 going once. Cut 2 going twice. Omaha.
They were comparing this to the 1980s and 1990s Calvin Klein ads with Brooke Shields.
Oh, yeah.
Looking back, I sent you guys some 80s, like
I saw the Brooke
Jordache.
Shields one.
Yeah.
You saw the Brooke
Yeah.
Shields?
That was back when she was dating Andre Agassi, I think.
This is a lunatic who filmed herself in, and again, I said this yesterday. I can say lunatic because these people put this out on social media for all the world to see. Filmed herself in her car. And by the way, she gives everybody, because she's really a real special gal. She gives everybody a special treat. Roll this.
Oh.
Hey, American Eagle. Now do black and brown women.
Oh, here we go.
Because black and brown women also have great genes that they inherit from their parents. Did you know that? They also have butts that look really good
That
in
damn
jeans
monster.
as well. But they don't have to fit their butts into American Eagle jeans. And I realize that the point of the ads, if we're all understanding them correctly, is that you're trying to point in the direction away from black and brown women, right? Right. See, here's the thing. There's women like me out there.
Right. We'll never be
The
in
white
jean
women
ads.
who give a and the white women who had their mother spend a substantial amount of money at your place of establishment whenever I was a teenager back in the day.
Oh.
Okay?
Well, at least she acknowledged
And now I'm a mom.
Right.
And now I will not be spending a dime if she ever asked me to go there. Hell no.
Hell to the no, right?
Sorry, kids.
Yeah.
So maybe, unless you want to become the next Target, do black and brown women too.
Sure. Get some hot ones.
She's a real sweetheart.
grab me Beyonce. Grab me Gabrielle Union. Grab me all the attractive black women out there.
Women who belch. 855-839-1210.
Yeah.
What do we think of women who belch?
Oh, if it's not the nose ring, it's the burp. You know? Good Lord. Get some help. Seriously. Get counseling. Stay inside.
A few more. I'm just going to go through the cut sheet now at 6:48.
Hey, what the hell? We'll get Sydney out of the way.
3, Phil.
Oh, here we go.
But then seeing things like the Sydney Sweeney ad or Alligator Alcatraz or just everything, I know that people still don't believe me. And I think I wake up every morning and they're taking down something about black people or prosecuting and I'm just sitting here like you would expect, like thousands of phone calls to come in through my lifetime, say, oh my God, like now it's bad, like now. but I don't think that they know.
Can we pause it right there? Just stop it right there.
And I just don't feel.
So I'm assuming she's black, and she's very attractive.
Yeah.
Beautiful lips, nice eyes.
Yep.
Put together well. Well manicured nails. I'd have no problem with her in a American Eagle jean ad. She'd fit it. I just don't. I don't need to see Lizzo anymore in spandex and tight jeans. That we're done with that.
Can you imagine going on social media though and crying about this? Like it's the mental illness is just disgraceful.
There's got to be a void in your life, right? There has to be some sort of either you're not employed, you don't have or you're employed but you hate your job. It's not your passion, it's not your career. It's just what gets you by and makes you pay the bills. You're lacking in the companionship department. You don't have a wife or a husband. You certainly probably don't have kids. And yet we're told. All of these people that are complaining about these things that I believe do have a void in their life, they're the ones for the last 4 years that were telling you, oh, being single's great, being childless is great. I don't have to do the nuclear traditional family. Nobody ever said you had to, but you were the ones that poo-pooed it while saying how great you are and how happy you are, and yet you're having a meltdown for the world to see over who's throwing their ass in jeans.
It's true. It's true.
Unbelievable. But, there's only so much medication that can go around. We're going to have a big pharma shortage. If we medicated all of these people, we might be on the road to recovery.
Yeah, go for it, Don.
No, I'm sending you guys my favorite jean ads because you guys are getting all your little eye candy, curvy stuff in.
Oh, you sent Anna Nicole.
I did.
That's not eye candy?
I sent you a history with the history of jean commercials, but I love Lucky Brand jeans, and I sent you a bunch of women in Lucky Brand, but also Cole Hauser. Remember, he's on a motorcycle. He's the hottie in Yellowstone.
Oh.
Yes, yeah, I know Cole.
Cole,
right? Not Cole Hamels, Cole Hauser.
No, Cole Hauser.
Exactly.
He does a lot of the commercials to raise money for military veterans and that sort of thing.
Yeah, look, American Eagle makes jeans for men as well. So if they want to roll out attractive-looking dudes that chicks like, I've got no problem with that. But you think let's flip the dynamics around here with gender. You think you're going to see somebody built like me in an American Eagle jean commercial as a dude? No, they're going to pick a guy with washboard abs, the perfect tan, flowing television hair like Bill Maloogian or Greg Stocker.
Thank you.
Right.
22, Phil. One more. This is a trauma surgeon. I just look. These are. I thought it was just a one-off. It's everywhere.
No, and it's about looks, by the way.
I know.
Have you ever seen a commercial for anything that's being pimped out to you to be sold, featuring ugly, awful people?
Well, part of this I have to wonder is, as far as this goes, the woman who was the angry mom who said like her parents bought her those jeans or whatever. So there's part of this where all of a sudden women are allowed to be feminine again. And these more militant type of women who you kind of would fear are, I think, triggered.
Yes.
It's not actually because of the jeans issue or whatever. It's that they're saying all you feminine women who want to be real women, we're triggered by you. You need to go back and shut up, and we need to put you in your place.
Yes, indeed.
All right, this trauma surgeon. This is the last one, I promise. Roll this.
The Sydney Sweeney Aryan Eagle ad is not only xenophobic and racist, it's also scientifically inaccurate.
Oh, here we go.
She says genes often determine hair color and eye color.
She never said that.
Often? That's literally what they do.
I don't think so.
If they're not determining hair color and eye color, what is? It's giving red pill podcast bro with no marketing experience, clearly running their ad department. And I just hate when companies make content trying to use medical or scientific terms and then completely like it's not that hard to Google what genes do, how DNA works. Do genes often determine our traits, or do they always determine our traits?
Is mental health hereditary?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
100%. So we should look at her genes.
Yeah.
So serious. Lighten up.
I'm going to pull up Ancestry.com for her. Good Lord. Speaking of red pill podcast bros, Did the Biden administration try to censor not only Joe Rogan on Spotify, but Steve Bannon? We'll give you that story on the other side. Dawn with news to kick off hour 2. It's Kayal and Company on a Wednesday on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The savings are still hot at First Harvest Credit Union. Watch your money grow as you earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only share certificate. Or choose a 13-month share or IRA certificate and earn 3.85% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these great savings rates and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking account. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Do you love interior design, vintage finds, and helping people style their dream spaces? Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield is hiring. They're looking for upbeat, design-savvy sales associates to join their team, full-time or part-time. If you're passionate about furniture, antiques, and making a sale, this is your dream job. Join a fast-growing showroom with amazing inventory and even better energy. Apply today at buckscountyestatetraders.com. Just click on the Employment tab under Contact Us. Bucks County Estate Traders in Hatfield. Let's make interiors inspiring together.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Does it seem like allergy season is always here? If you suffer, it sure does. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical team at Innovative Medical Associates can offer several remedies, especially if you're an allergy sufferer. Through the use of her unique hydration therapy protocols, Dr. Molly has helped many deal with the day-to-day frustrations in what seems like a forever allergy season. And then there are environmental issues. Many times, after going to medical professionals in several states, people have come to find relief thanks to Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff, and we all know that there are many issues out there in the world. For more information, contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit Innovative Medical Associates on their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 to 9 a.m. and again from 4 to 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Here's a great tip for summer. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick for an energy-efficient new roof. Don't just trust us. Trust their thousands of 5-star reviews and their lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. The PJ Fitzpatrick team of experienced professionals installs most roofs in just one day. Set up a free design consultation this month and save thousands. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Kayal Company, 7:01 as we begin hour number 2. The Cut Sheet with Tony Bruno from Florida coming up 7:45 this morning. Before we get there, some free speech and flights free of lunatics. Making air travel great again. Interesting story with some great visuals to go along with it. So get on over to YouTube if you're not there already. All the other shows around the country that are, syndicated are like, hey, this YouTube thing, we're going to no longer just do clips. We're going to stream our whole 3 or 4 hours live. Welcome to the party, pal. 855-839-1210. I'm old enough to remember when everybody told us, why don't you guys broadcast on Rumble? Why don't you go live on Truth? YouTube's where it's at. Whether you like who owns them or not, that's where the people are. Did you see that? The two biggest influencers, Wall Street Journal, real quick side note, had an interesting column that the best way to reach Gen Z, Millennial, and younger Gen Xers for political messaging is actually, and this is a bipartisan study, is through YouTube and TikTok.
Yep.
I remember when Vivek Ramaswamy, like a year and a half ago, was saying that Republicans need to embrace TikTok because that's where the next generation is. Mm-hmm. Fascinating stuff. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:02. The great Dawn Stensland.
Good morning, Kayal Company News Live. This July the 30th and heating up 78 degrees with all of those heat advisories still in effect, expiring 8 o'clock tonight. So big changes coming in the weather up ahead. We'll tell you when. We have tsunami alerts, Hawaii, Alaska, the West Coast, after that historic 8.8 earthquake struck Russia. And so all of those sirens sounding off in Hawaii, for example, California, Washington on the West Coast, after one of the most powerful earthquakes, top 6 earthquakes ever recorded on Earth. 8.8 magnitude trembler striking off Russia's remote far east coast and sparking these tsunami warnings that many on our West Coast are dealing with now. Evacuations across the Pacific. Hawaii was braced, and they did have some evacuations amid fears of the severe impact, but that the tsunami advisory within the past about hour or so was downgraded a little bit. So some residents are now returning to their homes.
I have a question about this, and obviously I'm not a scientist. Why does it take? So the earthquake in Russia happened yesterday, right? Why does the tsunami take so long to like shouldn't it be
ripple effect? I guess?
Yeah, that's what I thought. You know what I mean? Like it
takes time to get there.
Yeah. Does anybody know that answer?
It's a mass. I mean, think about the ocean, the massive ocean, and if you have a globe and you look at it basically splitting the water open, you have this separate lane of water. And now it takes all of this time
Right.
to go literally around the globe. So
Gotcha.
the West Coast is the next one.
Right. Like when Chris Christie
Across the
falls out of
Pacific.
bed in the middle of the night, we don't feel it in Philadelphia right away.
It's a sin.
Can't we just call Superman to come and
Superman.
close it together? Use his superpowers
Yeah.
to close it together.
With his super dog.
Yeah.
I think the worst one, because people were talking last night about, what was it, 2011, but that involved when it was closer to Japan, but it also, remember, took out a nuclear reactor.
Sorry.
And 200,000 people were killed in that one.
I'm sorry. I don't mean that. I'm not laughing at what you're saying.
Mass casualty. he's giggling.
No, I'm reading the YouTube
Oh,
chat.
okay. I was like, what?
Road
What
Warrior
are they
says
saying?
it travels the speed of Nick on a bike.
Slow.
See?
Yeah. Speaking of me and slow, every time I hear, this just goes to tell you what a slob I've become. Every time I hear the word tsunami, I think of salami. Swear to God.
It's a sin. It's a sin. Yeah. Hey, today, the NTSB, the National Transportation Safety Board, holding 3 days of hearings beginning today on that January midair collision between an American Airlines passenger jet and that Army chopper over the nation's capital that killed 67 people. A horrific, if you remember, we talked a lot about it at the time, but they're trying to find out exactly what went wrong, what can be done to avoid similar midair crashes between passenger planes and military aircraft. The accident was the nation's deadliest plane crash since way back in 2001, November of 2001. So these NTSB hearings, they've already said that the FAA failed to recognize a concerning pattern after there were 85 near misses in DC airspace in just 3 years. So the FAA has since banned some chopper routes to make sure that the helicopters and planes no longer share that same airspace, but there have been additional near misses in recent months. So that was remember this was, the issue was over air traffic controllers and training, and this was at Ronald Reagan National Airport, among the other subjects. So we will we'll obviously follow this one for you beginning 3 days. By the way, we have, let us not forget that yesterday the Federal Reserve Board started meeting yesterday. So we should see a news conference. Usually they do this, like Jerome Powell has this like 2 p.m.-ish. So we'll see it this afternoon as far as will they raise rates. Nobody is predicting that they will raise rates this time around, which means they would lower interest rates, I should say, probably in their September meeting.
So you're saying they are going to drop them?
They're not expected to.
They're not expected to.
They're not expected to lower the interest rates, which obviously Trump has said they should.
I thought we had at least 2 cuts coming by the end of the calendar year.
We do, Nick, which means that it would be, I looked at their schedule, so it would probably be, they have meetings in September, October, and then December.
Oh, so 2 between probably Halloween and Christmas?
Yeah, probably September and then December.
Okay.
Is what they're
the
betting, they're betting on.
When's Powell's term up?
May, I think.
Yeah, not for a bit.
Yeah.
So they've already issued no confidence for him, but I think at this point he's going to do it in September.
Everybody's up in May. Colbert, Powell. Just stick them in the same box. Get rid of them both.
So, and one point of clarification, because I looked this up and I forgot to mention it. Remember the other late last week, and Trump said something to the effect of Biden hired him or kept him or something? That is true. Biden could have chosen to not keep Jerome Powell. So he basically, it's as if Trump gave him the original contract. I'm speaking in our language.
Right.
But essentially, Joe Biden did, in fact, renew his contract. You still have to go through the Senate confirmation here.
Are they 4-year deals? Is it like a term?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay.
So Biden did basically re-up him, and then it was confirmed. So now this would be the time, next year in 26, if they're going to let him go.
I'm assuming there's term limits for this. You can only serve 2, or can you? Or
How
is
long
this?
did people talk about Greenspan?
No, that's true.
I think that you just have to be. The president has to renew you, but it still goes before congressional, I believe, Senate review to Congress. So you have a 2-point process, and that's why it's hard to fire him, because even though the president says yes, we want to keep this individual, then you still have to have the second phase, which is congressional approval.
Okay.
So just wanted to clarify that one as to why Trump was saying that. Speaking of things President Trump is saying, after a lot of success, obviously, coming off of last weekend's news with the trade deals, they're talking with the negotiations with China. And this is the big one as negotiations are underway in Stockholm as we starting yesterday, right, over the trade deals. And with China is the biggest one. But what's President Trump saying? Well, he was asked yesterday by reporters more information as far as Epstein. In the past, spokespeople have said that Trump banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago, but we got some new deets from the president as he specifically was asked about Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who worked at Mar-a-Lago when she was 17 because her dad was a manager over all of the custodians. And so she did work there, in fact, when she was 17 years old, and this would have been 2000.
Didn't we talk about this yesterday? And
we did.
And didn't we exactly say the same thing yesterday?
You did, but did we have the actual play the sound? Was this after we talked?
Yeah, it was after we talked, yeah.
Then Trump confirmed this.
Yeah. Yeah, because we're always ahead of the curve on things.
Yes, that Greg is pointing this out because Greg was exactly right.
Thank you very much. I bring it. 32, Phil, do you have 32? I know you're doing a lot back there. I appreciate this. 32.
This is Trump being asked about Virginia.
Just curious, were some of the workers that were taken from you, were some of them young women? Were some of them young women? Well, I don't want to say, but everyone knows the people that were taken. And it was the concept of taking people that work for me is bad. But that story's been pretty well out there. And the answer is yes, they were. Yes, they were. Yeah. What did they do? In the spa. In the spa? Yeah, people that work in the spa. I have a great spa, one of the best spas in the world in Mar-a-Lago. And people were taken out of the spa.
Mr. President, we need you up front of Air Force One. We have an urgent call.
And
that's what I would
other
be doing.
people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine. And then not too long after that, he did it again. And I said, out of here.
Did
Wait
one
for
of those stolen, persons, does that include Virginia?
Mr. President, we need you up front.
I don't know. I think she worked at the spa.
Yep.
I think so. I think that was one of the people. Yeah. He stole her.
Oh, boy.
And by the way, she had no
There it
complaints
is.
about us, as you know. Yep. None whatsoever.
Don't steal from
Here
my
it is.
spa. Don't
He
steal
stole
from
her.
my kitchen.
He stole her.
Don't
So
steal
that's-
my laundry people.
So the Today Show at 7 a.m. this morning, that's what they led with. That's what all of the networks led with this morning at 7 a.m. And that's all we're going to hear is that clip. You heard, and I'm glad Greg played it in the full context because that clip was coming. Where's his Where's
Well,
where
first of all, define spa. Spa means many things.
If you're the PR, let me just say, if you're in media, like if I was on that plane as a reporter, I would have had to have bit my freaking tongue off to not say, Mr. President, I think they're calling you up front. Because the problem is when he says anything, but especially that's the story.
Right.
Nothing else matters. His successful trip, the economy, anything. Nobody's talking about anything except those words.
Okay.
Out of context, by the
Interesting.
way.
That would normally be my position, but that's your position. So I'll take the position that you normally would take, but I genuinely believe this part here. First of all, again, define spa. I mean,
she was a towel, she was a towel girl.
Okay, and just because
as a 17-year-old,
16,
and I would
she was 17.
I mean, I see young girls. I see young girls at my golf club and private golf courses that I work at all the time.
16-year-olds?
Yes, waitresses. No, not bartenders because they can't serve alcohol.
16-year-old towel girls.
I've seen cart girls. I've seen caddies. I've seen people that work in the fitness center.
It was the summer of 2000, Greg, and she was born in 1983. So she was. Everybody's reporting 17. I'm not gonna. I mean, maybe it was she's August, so I think maybe she was a month away from 17. But
lifeguards. I mean, last time I checked, it's okay to employ minors.
Yeah,
at resorts.
I don't think that's the issue.
Yeah, I know, but I don't understand what he said that was so Like,
because he
Mr.
tied himself to
yes.
So he employed her. Big deal. What does that mean? Who cares?
No, the word yes. What about Virginia Giuffre? Like somebody needed to grab that whole narrative.
I disagree with both of you.
No, Nick. This is because now the whole lead is President Trump says
and
they stole her. So now they're making it
timeline. If you go down a timeline here too, it is so that happened in 2000.
Right.
Trump was asked in an interview in 2002 about Jeffrey Epstein. Said he's a great guy. He likes girls on the younger side. And then 2003, that book allegedly came out. And then 2004 is when 2004, 2005 is when allegedly they had their little dust up and they became friends. However, he was still a member of Mar-a-Lago, according to records, until 2007.
So because
he was arrested in 2000
so because you used to be friends with Jeffrey Epstein, you should not have employed any minors?
I'm not saying any. All I'm saying
I understand the timeline.
Dawn is correct in the fact that this is the story.
Yep.
Now, he has just... Now you can say, well, you knew that you knew that one of your underage cowgirls was going to, was being employed by Jeffrey Epstein. Did you know what he was doing? Why was this so concerning to you? Well, he now has put himself in the where he wasn't in the he was in the middle of it. Now he's directly in the middle of it.
She was employed at Mar-a-Lago by her father, who oversaw maintenance. That's the story, correct?
Her father got her the job. But Mar-a-Lago, there are records. She made about not quite $3,000 that summer.
And Mar-a-Lago is a big property. Do you think Trump is hands-on with every acquisition they make as far as hiring personnel? My guess is no.
No. The dad got her hired.
So and then
he knows the dad.
I'm just trying to put this together logically. So she gets pilfered by Jeffrey Epstein. So why is it Trump's concern?
Ghislaine Maxwell, actually.
By Ghislaine. Ghislaine was at Mar-a-Lago.
Okay. So if another radio company pilfered me,
you're not a teenage underage girl who's now
be no
dead
concern
of suicide.
to Odyssey anymore.
No, it's Nick. It's just the soundbite. It's literally a soundbite, and you're thinking factually and rationally.
Right.
But that press pool and all the media, that was some red raw meat that they're all leading with out of context, and none of them, by the way, are referring to the 2019. Records that were released in 2019. I remember reporting on it because remember everything was sealed. That little sweetheart strange deal when Epstein should have gone away for raping a 14-year-old back in 2007, 2008. And then a Bush appointee negotiated a deal and Epstein basically didn't, for 13 months. And then the sentence was reduced and it was 12 hours on house arrest, whatever. In 2019, Virginia Giuffre, who, by the way, was married in 2002 to her husband, but she was deposed, all of that stuff that was deposed over the years, she clearly, if you look back at the documents from 2019, the release, she clearly stated that Trump never so much as flirted with her. She absolutely said that Trump never touched her, never had anything to do with this. And there was even a reporter who tried to twist her words. Virginia was asked about it under oath. These docs have been released in the courts. And she said, no, absolutely Trump. There were some that flirted with us, but Trump never even so much as flirted with me or any of us younger. So Trump was exonerated in 2019. Now, because of that soundbite, he has brought this back into the fray, not doing anything wrong, Nick, to your point, for normal people. But the problem is it's a narrative and they're twisting it this morning. So 18 minutes ago, that was the big banner.
I guess I just historically over the span of 10 years, I would argue you're talking about that soundbite being the lead. I would say that Trump has had far more egregious open mouth insert foot soundbites than what we just played there.
What I'm speaking about is the media narrative and the liberal bias. I'm just going to say it. The liberal bias media narrative, don't give them anything. Now you gave them that.
If he wanted this story to go away, he did not
Right.
He did not help himself because he just put himself square directly back into the story. So now there's a lot of questions.
Do you think he's been advised by his closest circle?
He's not advised by anybody.
Do you think? But I mean, do you think people have told him just say you're not going to talk about it anymore? And maybe he says, well, if I do that, then they think I have something to hide.
Nick, what I'm saying is, where was, I don't know who was with him in all, like Stephen Chang, he's pretty good. Who was there in the media?
Yeah, where's Stephen Miller? Where's Miller
Susie?
been lately?
Yeah, where's anybody?
Where are these people?
But
where's Jackie?
If you're not watching on YouTube, he's on Air Force One. Yeah. They're headed back. The press pool obviously asked him for a debrief. And so he's answering a ton of questions about a highly successful trip, right?
Yep.
So this is toward the tail end of it. He doesn't, the tie's off. He looks kind of tired because he's had like an incredible whirlwind trip in Scotland with all those meetings.
Golfing.
So golfing, but also, I mean,
golfing's exhausting.
Greg, you had major meetings.
Relax, it's a joke. Oh, heavens to Betsy.
But somebody was asleep at the wheel. I'm just saying that the problem is he's, in that sense, he was too accessible. And that soundbite being the lead after an incredible trip sucks. So you, as the media people on that trip, on that plane, you failed.
Brian Reed.
The media failed?
No. The handlers.
Oh.
If you're a handler, if that's your job, I'm just taking it from the media standpoint, you failed. If you're the news reporter on the trip and you got the woman who asked, who was the woman who asked that?
I don't know.
So the woman who said, wait, Mr. President, do you mean Virginia Giuffre? She personally? Are you saying Virginia? That woman, they're thrilled. That media agency is thrilled.
Well, maybe he listened.
She got that out of him.
Maybe he listened to Kayal and Company yesterday, and he heard us talking about it, and he was like, "Well, if they're talking about it. This is a successful show. We must get on top of this."
We're due to get him back on again.
Yeah,
it's been 15 months. I'm just saying.
But the problem is, whatever he says is the news headline, and so that's a big one, and it's unfortunate because he talked about Gaza. Yesterday the news was trending that he was saying, clearly we have children starving. We're going to feed the children. And that's a good day from the public relations aspect of it. And then, of course, the success of the EU, an historic deal, 27 nations that's to the benefit of America, pumping money and revenue into the country. Those are all beneficial headlines. So I'm just saying this one now, it's back to old men fighting over teenage girls. Congratulations.
That's one way to.
That's what it is. That's what they're saying. I mean, that's what if that's the look you like, that's the narrative this morning.
Right.
Creepy looking men fighting over teenage blonde girls. Great.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yep. And this story is not going to die, even though he wants it to.
Brian Reed says on X, "Who cares? Trump can hire whoever he wants. The soundbite doesn't matter. Liberal media is dead anyway."
Look, I agree. We all agree with you, Brian, but that's not what we're trying to break down here. It's millions of we have a midterm coming up. It's millions of Americans who are not paying attention clearly, and so they see the headline this morning, and we're talking about women. Like men, are men watching the Today Show?
Well, the fact that this is happening in July is interesting because a lot of people are just checked out in general. They don't come back and get back into their routines until Labor Day. So if you're going to actually argue, if you're going to have this be a conversation that doesn't go away, that you think can actually work against you, the 1 month you probably want to have it in, probably July and August.
Great point.
Right? I mean, nobody's checked out of Kayal and Company, but
no.
We can light candles and pray that Nick's
right. We're way over. I guess that was the news. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I completely forgot I was in news. Nick, it's the big news for all of us that affects everybody. The heat.
That is correct, Dawn. Philly weather, 83 degrees, going up to 97 today. 88 tomorrow with storms. That is going to break the heat for all of you people that like it cooler. Friday's your day. It's 73, but there will be showers. Sets up for a beautiful weekend, though. 83 and sunny, low humidity on both Saturday and Sunday. Philly weather brought to you by MT Rule, your Generac generator experts. That's MTRUHL.com. Free speech, censorship on the other side. But right now, Piazza Honda's where you need to be because it's that time of year. You're hitting the beach. You might be cruising through the city, family excursions across the country. Why not do it this summer in style? The Honda Summer of Performance event is going on now at your favorite Honda dealer, Piazza Honda. Now's the time to get behind the wheel of a new Civic, Accord, CR-V with unbeatable leases and low finance rates. But hurry, these summer savings won't last. Drive to Piazza Honda, Philadelphia. That's one location. How about number 2, Langhorne? Number 3, Pottstown, Reading, or my spot, Springfield. Do it today or do it right now online, piazzahonda.com.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa! I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements.
It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
.30 live on a Wednesday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tony Bruno in about 15 minutes as we get a midweek cut sheet. Well, let's get to a couple of free speech stories. Also, Stephen Colbert against CBS. Donald Trump against Jessica Tarlov of The Five on Fox News. And I want to start, though, with the story from the New York Post as the House is probing whether the European Union and the Biden administration pushed Spotify to censor podcasters, including Joe Rogan and Steve Bannon. The House Judiciary Committee yesterday launched an investigation into whether the EU and the Biden administration pressured Spotify to censor free speech, the New York Post has learned. Censorship has been a point of tension for Spotify, which has faced heated backlash for flagging COVID-19 information from podcaster Joe Rogan and banning Steve Bannon from the platform. Quote, more relevantly, it's the pressure we are seeing the EU put on companies to censor more and more, a source familiar with the probe told the New York Post. In a letter sent to Spotify, CEO Daniel Ek, U.S. Rep. Jim Jordan from Ohio, slammed recent laws from the European Union and the UK that require social media platforms, even those based in the U.S., to censor disinformation and harmful content or face massive fines. There's a lot of restrictions on rights that are going on right now over in England. And there's no doubt in my mind, if history is our guiding precedent here of what we witnessed in America, in the United States during the Biden administration and the attacks on free speech and the First Amendment. And yes, technically the government cannot censor you, but when the government tries to strong arm the social media platforms or the media companies itself to silence speech that they disagree with, to me, that is still a violation. They're just using a middleman and going around it to get to the issue as opposed to coming at you and I directly. But think about it. Facebook with Mark Zuckerberg, Twitter in its previous incarnation under Jack Dorsey, Google, where they were suppressing search results for elections. When you're trying to look up candidates, they were not popping up on the first or the second page. They made it harder for you to find what you were seeking. There's no doubt. And what a stupid idea this is from a business model. Your Spotify, I just looked this up because I wanted to make sure I got this right. They're spending somewhere between $2 and $250 million on Joe Rogan. And he is, for the most part, been the number one podcaster in the world now for a handful of years. So to me, there's absolutely no doubt about it. And I hate this because to me, as a free speech absolutist, and this is going to lead me to Trump, look, opinions are fine. I'm not saying you can't, everybody's entitled to their opinion under free speech. But this thing about if you claim to be a free speech absolutist, that means allowing and having no problem with speech that you disagree with. The solution to it is better facts that are actually proven versus disinformation and misinformation like the left likes to throw out, or a better argument in the marketplace of ideas where free-thinking, critical thinkers say, you know what? B had a good point, but after hearing A, I think A has more merit to stand on. So I saw this truth post from Trump, and I agree with the post. And he's not trying to, cancel anybody, but he tweeted about how much he can't stand Jessica Tarlov. Trump posted on Truth, can't stand Jessica Tarlov of the 5, a real loser, DJT. But here's the thing. That's the number 1 show in all of cable news. The 5 is the highest rated show. A variety of different talent and personalities, all with unique skill sets, all with different histories. Dana Perino was a White House press secretary. Gutfeld's a comedian. Jesse Waters is kind of the straw that stirs the drink. Then you had, used to have Judge Janine. I don't know who they have now. I think, what's her name from Town Hall? Katie Pavlich.
Very good.
Wood. And then, of course, you have the rotating liberal combination of Tarlov and Harold Ford. I like Harold Ford better. I think he's more common sense. He's more of a moderate or old school liberal. Jessica Tarlov has a role, though, and her role is to be the counterpoint provocateur, which is no different than Scott Jennings on CNN when he's on with Abby Phillips and the cast of Losers at 10 o'clock at night, or Shermichael Singleton. I like seeing a dissenting viewpoint. Personally, I love when they gang up on Tarlov and give her the business. I think it's hysterical. But this notion that we just want to surround ourselves, and I see all the replies, by the way. The 5 will, and surprisingly, I know this is going to blow Stalker's mind. I have not watched The 5 all summer. Been a little busy.
It's because your gal's not on there. Your gal Janine's not on there.
I know. Speaking of wigs, she had a great wig, didn't she? but I digress.
Nick I wish we had gotten her before she got this government position.
I know, she would beat me up.
Because Nick has had a crush on Judge Janine since I've known you.
Yes.
I mean, I love it.
Yes, yes. Even today, would.
Yeah,
Twice.
There's definitely no mommy issues there, Dawn.
Nope, none at all. None at all. So my whole thing with this is you have to have the dissenting viewpoint, right? Stalker will play devil's advocate on the show to make the show better. And I always see these replies to when the 5 puts out their tweet previewing the show. Like they'll show Gutfeld getting his makeup done, or they'll show Waters, or they'll show Tarlov. And people, Tarlov's on today, not watching. You're a liar. You're a liar. You're tuning in to get your pound of flesh to see either Gutfeld or Waters or the female on the show crush her and own her or whatever it is. And don't you think if Jessica Tarlov was such a tune-out that Fox would get rid of her? I'd be willing to bet, even
100%.
though I like Harold Ford better. I think he's very moderate. He's very common sense. I don't agree with everything. I think Tarlov, and I don't think Tarlov does it I don't think she says stuff she doesn't believe. Mm-hmm. She's out there. She's pretty far left. She's probably close to being a progressive. Don't you think they would get rid of her if they saw, wow, Harold Ford, every time he's on, we have 20% higher ratings. Maybe Tarlov's a tune-out. She'd be gone. So I call BS on all these people.
Yeah, she definitely, you're right. I mean, she's the bad cop.
Right.
And
right.
And the viewers are brutal to her. Mm-hmm. Are just brutal.
Right. And I totally get it. Totally get it. And I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. I'm not saying you shouldn't rip her on social media. Absolutely, you're right. But the whole thing of, I'm tuning out. You're lying. Stop. If they have the data, if she was a tune out, they would not have her on. And then I want to get to this.
Wait, for the record, we never watch it because we're listening to Rich Zioli, of course, during that time.
Well, I would listen.
We have it on the TV.
I like to listen to Rich when I'm on the treadmill. Yes. But then I put on the 5, and I know that bothers him. I take the flip-flops off when I watch the 5.
And when you're on the treadmill.
Right. Hopefully. Well, the sneakers have to go on then. Yes. Only time I wear sneakers. And then I want to get to this. My prediction last week on the show was that Colbert's not going to see May of 2026. And I think I was the only person that had that viewpoint. I want to play this as he took a shot at Paramount and their new ownership group, which is Skydance Media.
Yep.
This is K20. Now, there's not going to be any video because it'll get us flagged on YouTube. So we're going to give you the audio only. The headline from the New York Post, Colbert bitterly mocks Paramount deal with slew of pee jokes. Hot streaming content right in your face. K20, Philip, roll it.
Wow, hold on. Plus they're paying his legal fees? 16 plus 20, 30. That means by bending the knee, they lost like $40 million this year. Huh. They better watch out. They better watch out. They might get canceled. For purely financial reasons. Purely. The present owners are denying that additional $20 million, which I hope is true. Because could you imagine how angry people would be? Last year, Paramount laid off 2,000 employees, then cut another several hundred just last month, firing that many people, and then handing over $36 million to a guy who's putting your neighbors in alligator camps, all because of a lawsuit that your own lawyers said was completely without merit. If that's true, it would make CBS look morally bankrupt. Also bankrupt.
Now, word around industry, according to insiders, is that Skydance CEO, which purchased Paramount and CBS, the CEO is David Ellison. He's the one that will run the new Paramount Skydance company, leans more conservative, and he wants to bring balance to CBS's content. He won't put up with Colbert's antics for long.
I hate when I hear this. I'm sorry.
You disagree?
I 100% disagree because of what we went. I say this all the time. It's what we went through here. You know what I mean? Everybody's like, oh, they're gonna silence all the conservative talk shows for Odyssey. Yeah, how'd that work out for you? We're gonna bring balance to the how'd that work out for you?
I'm looking at it from a different lens, a different angle. I'm looking at it from the employer-employee perspective of, we're not going to renew you. We're not going to pay you. You're done in May of 2026. You've cost us money. And we are obviously in a financial situation where there's a lot of bad press. We gave you the opportunity to stay on the air. Now, I know the contracts and guaranteed money. I get that. But don't you think, and I know this might come as a surprise to many people, I don't make what Colbert makes. But if Kayal and Company was getting canceled in the upcoming months, and I was on here speaking poorly about ownership,
yes,
do you think I would get to stay on the air?
Well, we speak poorly of ownership here all the time, and we're still here. You know what I mean? So no, I don't think these companies care about the bottom line. That's it. You can say, well, this one leans conservative or this one leans left, so therefore they're going to say, hey, we don't want this on our network anymore. It's not true. So all these CEOs are looking at, they have shareholders. Every single one of them has shareholders.
Right.
They are beholden to them, and if they're not making money, if they're losing money, then that's their job to fix that. That's all they care about.
Well, what if they fired him for cause for what he's saying about the company?
I'm sure he has some sort of a morals clause. We all do.
Okay.
So I guess, yeah, they could say, well, we didn't want that. I mean, like our company, CBS, let Howard Stern stay on the air for a year and a half when he made the decision to go to Sirius satellite radio. He gave a 1.5 year advertisement and trashing terrestrial radio for a year and a half. And our former company let him stay on the air and trash them.
I'm guessing the difference was Stern was still generating a profit,
a ton of money.
Right.
Yes.
Colbert's losing them $40 million a year.
Well, but news,
right?
Sorry.
Right, Don? I mean, do you think he will get paid either way? And if that's the case, if he's paid regardless, and it doesn't make a difference either way, wouldn't you just want to get him off your air so he stops trashing your brand?
I don't think it matters at this point. He's been trashing the brand,
Yep.
so I think that his ratings might go up now. In fact,
I was just going to say that. That was my point.
So,
yep.
Here's the thing I'm going to say. As far as Colbert, I do think in these mergers like this, I really believe sincerely that this has to do with not just his yearly salary, which is estimated 16 to 20 million per year, but then that staff, we found out just that one show with 200 people. So what is the cost of those 200 people? This is a huge staff, all the benefits, all of that. And I'm sad to hear that many people in a creative, television industry, they're losing their jobs. But I'm going to say this. as far as Ellison goes, that you mentioned the Skydance Paramount merger, him coming out and making a pledge that in fact they're going to have programming that, quote, will embody a diversity of viewpoints from across the political and ideological spectrum. I don't think that's a bad thing.
No, it's not at all.
And he's not, understand that in television, they do extensive research.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that Nora was booted, I'll never forget over the past couple of years, some of the leads, because on KWOW, our sister station, our sibling station, KWOW News Radio, they would have CBS come on.
Mm-hmm.
And I just remember being, driving to whatever sporting event or school event and nearly driving off the road with some of the wording that they had. It was so over the top, horribly biased.
Yeah.
And that's why she got fired. That's why their ratings were in the dumpster. Because at least like NBC, some of them try to have some balance. They didn't even try to feign any kind of objectivity. It was bad.
Right. I love the fact that you brought up the quote of diversity of viewpoint. How refreshing is that to hear that? All we've heard for 5 years is cosmetic diversity, sexual orientation diversity, gender diversity. What about diversity of opinion? Isn't that what makes America great? And now we have a guy that's going to go in there and say, you know what? I want to balance out the playing field a little bit. Can't lose that way.
It's amazing to me that Dawn is 100% correct. The amount of research they do on TV is
and they should with what they spend.
So to say that they haven't focus grouped this and gone down to say, hey, this is what our viewers want, this is what our viewers don't want, is so they're just going to go down that path. If their viewers wanted all liberal stuff all the time, that's what they would give them. Yep. If they want all conservative stuff all the time, that's what they would give them. Yep. It's absurd to think anything else.
Yep.
And Dawn is also correct with the fact that they are going to CBS or whatever they are now, is they're going to charge a premium for the final year of Colbert, the final month of Colbert. You think that they're going to give up the revenue that they're going to get for the final late show?
No.
You know what I mean? Or the final week of late shows? They're going to triple their revenue.
Right.
So there's zero chance that they're just going to fire him, because it would make their it would affect their bottom line, and they don't want to do that.
That's correct. All right, 855-839-1210. If you want to climb in, do we have? Oh, there he is.
Yeah,
All
look
right.
at him.
Let's go down to Southwest Florida. The great Tony Bruno is with us. What up, Brunos?
Good morning. What up? And how about those jeans? By the way, Sydney Sweeney's jeans are so loose. Imagine if she had painted on jeans. Remember when painted on jeans was the thing?
Yep.
Women look like they could paint them on.
Yep.
They're like a little baggy. It's not like I don't get that thing. I just wanted to get that off. I don't even know what Sydney Sweeney's been in.
Yeah,
I don't care.
It's a great question. Does anybody know what she's like? What is she like?
Is it TV?
Famous for?
Is it TV
No,
or movie?
No, I think it's movies.
Is it? I've never seen her in anything.
Jump on the YouTube chat and tell us what Sydney Sweeney's famous for, because I honestly don't know.
I don't either. Yeah. I know what I know two things that make her famous, but that makes a lot of women famous. You know, women pay for that. Women pay to be famous by pretending to be her.
How dare they? Cassie Howard in the HBO series Euphoria.
Oh, Euphoria, yes.
Handmaid's Tale, White Lotus, Sharp Objects.
White Lotus.
She was the little sister.
Oh, no wonder
in Sharp
why I
Objects.
haven't seen her. I haven't watched any of those shows.
Well, White Lotus is racist in nature, and they should rename that.
Sharp Objects was a great
amazing.
show.
Amy
And
Adams.
I forgot that she was.
Is that like
Sydney
Running
was the
with
little
Scissors?
sister.
Wasn't there a movie Running with Scissors? Isn't that Sharp Objects?
I think that was Edward Scissorhands.
Oh.
But no, Tone, that's the look. And then if you're somebody who, you do the laundry and then you happen to put the very expensive designer baggy jeans in the dryer and then you might shrink everything, then you get in big trouble.
Oh.
Because it's supposed to be baggy.
Yeah.
And there's no more belt. There's no more like leather belt.
Yeah.
They
you notice
basically
that?
use like a shoelace.
Yeah. Yeah, belts are
Piece
kind
of
of
cloth.
gone. Yeah, we got to bring belts back.
No, except white belts. I think Harry May still wears them on the golf course.
Well, yes, he
according to
does.
sources.
And Monday for the cut sheet.
All right, here we
Let's
go.
get down to business.
What's
Yeah.
on
Oh,
the
man.
cut sheet?
Thank you. What's on the cut sheet? What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday, What Up Wednesday with Tony Bruno, sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice, the official summer sponsor of What's on the Cut Sheet. Gummy Bear Ice is back at Rita's. It's a juicy mix of fruity flavors packed with real gummy bears. Try the glittery Gummy Bear Gelati, topped with unicorn glitter for a truly magical treat. Stop by before it's gone. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for sponsoring the ever-important What Up Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. All right, I want to be a little careful with the way we describe this, and I kind of want Dawn to describe this, if you don't mind.
Okay.
I'm
ready.
It just sounds better coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you guys saw.
I think Dawn.
Yeah.
Dawn may have more drops now in the machine than anybody else.
Yeah,
at the radio
it's not a
station.
good thing.
She's ahead of Biden on my board, no doubt.
It's absolutely true.
But she knows she's on the board. Biden has no idea. Anyway, let's get it back to the cut sheet.
23, Phil. A fan threw something on the court during a WNBA game last night. Usually I don't play.
I was wondering if this was going to make it.
Usually I don't play WNBA games on the cut sheet, but I don't want to say the word. But Dawn, if you could help me describe the object.
Oh, I could do this.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, it sounds better coming from her.
Well, yes, I agree. But if you don't want me to use that word,
I'm all for ratings.
Let's Dawn do it.
I'm all for ratings, and it's hotter to hear Dawn say it.
Yeah, Dawn, do it in your Melania voice.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Roll this.
Hayes gets blocked by Maya Caldwell. Something flies on the court, actually, from the crowd. The officials will say they will continue play as that goes off the fingertips of the Valkyries. And you can see the object, the block right there. And the object comes, that green thing bounces, and it goes to the sideline.
It's an unripe banana.
We're not sure where it came from.
Watch it, Dawn, watch.
No room for any of that type of activity.
Security guard.
Yeah.
Watch the
and no one's
security
picked the
guard.
object up yet. You guys, oh my
Freeze
gosh,
it.
okay.
Oh, Kermit the Frog was at the WNBA game last night.
Phil, we have to freeze it.
Is it an adult pleasure device?
Right there. Leave it right there.
Yes, it is.
It's an
my
APD.
goodness.
It's an APD. Adult pleasure device. APD.
Wow, there it is.
Foreign object.
Yeah, it's a foreign object.
Foreign object, yeah.
It's like the Philly fanatic lost his.
So let's recap. The WNBA is known for a couple of things.
Yep.
Neon
they had
green.
a woman's weave. A woman's weave got pulled off the other night.
Yeah, we played
They
that.
threw out a fan who was making fun of it.
Yep.
They threw that fan out, and then somebody brings a green sex toy, and I said, I'm saying this is Kermit the Frog making an appearance,
Right.
trying to save Sesame Street, which doesn't need being saved because Sesame Street makes more money than all the other PBS and NPR shows combined.
This could be a disgruntled NPR employee.
But Miss Piggy was screaming.
Oh,
Wow. Oh. Man.
the only reason the WNBA highlights now are getting more airtime than any major sport, even training camp. I mean, what would you rather see? Somebody throw a foreign object, a play toy on a WNBA court that looks like it's a bottom of a swimming pool with dirty water in it, or watching some fringe baseball highlight from Cincinnati?
Yeah. So if you're tracking at home, Tony Bruno, the WNBA in a nutshell has never turned a profit in 35 years. They get a legend like Caitlin Clark. They treat her like crap. They have weaves falling off. Then we get introduced to maybe somebody that's actually hotter than Sydney Sweeney, Sophie Cunningham, who should be in the next American Eagle Gene ad, by the way. And now we have glow-at-night toys being thrown on the court. That's the WNBA.
By the way, Crow Talking asked if they fought over it after the game.
Well, 82% of them have no interest in that toy.
Wow.
They should have thrown that out at the WNBA All-Star game, then people actually would be watching it.
Man.
Oh, my goodness.
So
I'll tell you what, would you rather watch that or a meaningless Phillies-White Sox game in July?
Oh, no, this big green, it's like, that thing's like huge. It's like 8 to 10 inches long. It's a big green if you're not watching YouTube.
It's not easy being green, Dawn.
Yeah.
Right.
apparatus.
Dawn telling you that size does matter, folks.
So
yes, it does.
Perhaps a commentary. I don't know with the WNBA.
Right.
I'm not really sure.
The best part is if you
pretty
watch
funny.
the video again and slow it down like the Zapruder film, and then somebody comes out with like a towel and puts it over it and carries it away without anybody seeing.
Yeah, because they're like, I'm not
I
touching
mean, you don't know where that's
that.
been. Yeah, do you know where that's been?
No.
Could have been in,
Somebody's drawer.
By the way, this is, Tony's right. What you said at the beginning of this is 100% correct. What is the WNBA known for now? Wigs falling off, D words being thrown onto the court.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that's
everything but basketball.
I've never been more interested, though. I might actually I might get the league pass.
All right. By the way, there's a compilation of some of Angel Reese's shots from the other night. It's just like
Brick City.
She's like,
it is Brick City.
She makes the Sixers look watchable.
Oh my God! All right, okay, okay, we got that out of the way. Let me get to Chris Van Hollen. This is cut one. He's still out there defending Abrego Garcia. It's still find a man for you that loves you as much as Chris Van Hollen loves
Maryland man,
the Maryland man, Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Roll this.
This holding cell has also become a place where the Trump administration's plan to violate people's constitutional right to due process has been front and center. This is the place where they held Kilmar Abrego Garcia before they shipped him down to CCOT, the notorious prison in El Salvador.
Notorious.
This is where they denied him his due process rights. Then, of course, a 9-0 Supreme Court decision called out that illegality and said they had to facilitate his return. But this office, which we wanted to go see, has become a critical holding point for people who are being swept off the streets without due process and people who do not have any kind of violent history and pose no threat to public safety. But here they're treated inhumanely.
All right. No threat to public safety, just his spouse. Right. By the way, Chris Van Hollen, 66 years old. I'm actually pulling up his Wikipedia. I saw a stat yesterday that, they estimate 2 million illegal aliens in the country right now with rap sheets that are still roaming the country. He represents Maryland's 8th congressional district, and I'm wondering if he is up for re-election. Let me see when his term ends. He must have a ton of illegal immigrants in his area that he's pandering to for the sake of re-election. Because, think about this. We haven't heard a peep about Kilmar Abrego Garcia in the news cycle for, 6 weeks? Mm-hmm. It's unbelievable. He's the only guy talking about it.
Well, and just to put this in perspective, to your point, Nick, about re-election possibilities, remember that Rachel Morin, who was brutally the Maryland mom, who was brutally raped and murdered by that, by that illegal Patty Morin. I've interviewed her. She's been all over, all over media, locally, nationally, because she's so outraged by this guy really spending her tax dollars to defend this guy, traveling to defend this guy. Not that he had anything to do, obviously, with her daughter, but in other words, she had said, it's horrifying for her to say, well, did this guy ever speak out for my daughter? Right. No.
Nope.
No, of course not.
You know what I mean? It's just,
and it's funny, Dawn, all of the we know that New York and Pennsylvania and Connecticut have some of the dumbest, or glad handing, even New Jersey with Cory Booker going crazy again. But how about these people in Maryland? You got Jamie Raskin, you got this guy, you got all these whacked out people. All they care about is illegal immigrants. That's all they care about. Yeah. And their state has the city of Baltimore in it. All right? You got Baltimore is your crown jewel in the state of Maryland. Now, listen, I love the Eastern Shore. My grandkids, my son lives in Maryland, and I got family in Maryland. So Maryland's beautiful. But the people who run Maryland now, you got to put them in the top 10 of the most idiotic elected officials you will ever see. And by the way, the governor is probably going to become the Democratic nominee for president in 2028.
Wes Moore.
Mark the tape.
Okay.
Mark the tape. I'm telling you, Wes Moore will be the Democratic nominee in 2026. Write it down. Mark the tape on this last Wednesday of July, 2025, Wes Moore will be the Democratic nominee.
Jimmy Kelly.
Lock it in.
Grab the tape.
Speaking of Wes Moore, that's a great transition. He was on a podcast. This is 4. He says that black people are not voting for Democrats because the system is racist against black people. Roll this.
To address the issue. I think we've got to start making sure that this is not something that we're doing because of an electoral strategy, but something that we're doing because we actually care about the prospects, because it is true that we have a justice system that has been targeting and weighted against black men. We have an education system that has been deliberate about the way that we are criminalizing and punishing black boys when we're watching the results of our young black boys continue to downgrade, and we are actually then turning around and blaming the black boys for their failure. Not the system, not the structure, but the young men.
Yeah.
Blaming them. We do have a system of employment where we make it more difficult for black men to be able to enter into the employment market. We do have a system that makes basically every sentence a life sentence, that when someone comes back from incarceration, we make it deeply challenging for them to be able to get public housing, challenging for them to be able to get a student loan, challenging for them to get a home loan, challenging for them to reintegrate with their families. And then we wonder what's going on with black men and why they're not voting for us.
Oh, man.
All right, that is hands down the dumbest thing I've ever heard, and 2 reasons to point this out. First of all, if the system is so bad, explain to me why Trump went up with the black male vote this past year. And more importantly, you're talking about the criminal justice system. Well, I don't know what municipality or locale this guy is looking at, but every district attorney that is a progressive, that is Soros funded, running the criminal justice system in big blue cities, lets black male offenders out with no cash bail. We have countless individuals on the streets with 6, 13, 20, 47 priors that commit crimes on public transportation like SEPTA. You can go through all of the headlines. How many times when we sit there and we say, how was this person roaming the street? So what life sentences is Wes Moore talking about? What? Brian Koberger?
Has he been to Baltimore? Has he been to Baltimore? That's his state.
Yeah. By the way, that podcast, the At Our Table podcast, is the new Jamie Harrison podcast, and that's supposed to be the Democrats' answer to Joe Rogan.
Yeah, he's the guy that failed. He's the guy that was propping up Kamala Harris, bringing her around. Now he sits in empty office buildings or in a local hotel conference room to interview dignitaries.
Yes. You are 100% right, Tony.
Yeah, my sources told me that he was told to wrap up because the Continental Breakfast was coming in.
Yeah, they had a convention coming in of the teachers union representing the fine students of Baltimore.
Yes.
Who 90% of whom can't read at grade level. But congratulations, Wes Moore. I'm telling you, he's going to be the guy.
Yep.
He will be the Democratic nominee. Lock it in right now. Do we have the lock sound effect in there? I need to give my first lock of the 2025-26 NFL season. Wes Moore will be the Democratic nominee. Lock it in.
Lock it in. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Please hit the like and subscribe buttons. Tony, we're only at 140 likes. It's
That's
outrage.
an outrage.
It's an outrage.
It is an outrage.
I need 60 people right now. 60 people right now to hit that like button so we can get to 200. Can you be the 200th like? Do it right now. I know you're watching. and not hitting the like
Smash
button.
it.
Smash it right now.
Smash that
Do it
like
right now.
and subscribe button,
Thank you.
please.
So you mentioned Cory Booker. 29 here, Phil. This was... Yes. Do we know what he was? Because I know he got up and did the spectacle, but then never voted for what he was complaining about or something. I don't know.
He was going off about Trump.
Roll a little bit of and bro, like with the gut there, like just don't close the jacket. Just leave the jacket open.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it's not flattering to see your gut. Roll it.
What I am tired of
is when the President of the United States of America violates the Constitution, trashes our norms and traditions. And what does the Democratic Party do? Comply? Allow him? Beg for scraps? No, I demand justice. I will fight for Jersey every day, every night.
Oh, yeah.
This is a call, folks. The Democratic Party needs a wake-up call. I see law firms bending a knee to this president. I see businesses taking late-night talk show hosts off the air because they dare to insult a president. I see people who want mergers suddenly think that they have to pay tribute to this president. And what are the very people here elected to defend the Constitution of the United States saying, oh, well, today, let's look the other way and pass some resources that won't go to Connecticut, that won't go to Illinois, that won't go to New York, that will go to the states he likes. That is complicity with an authoritarian leader who is trashing our Constitution. It's time for Democrats to have a backbone. It's time for us to fight. It's time for us to draw lines. And when it comes to the safety of my state being denied these grants, that's why I'm standing here. Don't question my integrity. Don't question my motives. I'm standing for Jersey. I am standing for my police officers. I'm standing for the Constitution, and I'm standing for what's right.
Keep doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, yelling, filibustering, ranting and raving, resisting. I'm telling you, the more they talk and obsess about Trump and just shout, the dumber they look. It's not, they could do it. Cory Booker can do it until both of his vocal cords explode. He can filibuster for 25 days.
Yeah.
It ain't going to change, homie.
Remember when he used to post videos of himself working out and running through the streets of Newark?
Yep.
He hasn't run. I know it's hot out and you shouldn't be going out and running in this heat. He has been sitting down and chowing down all summer long. I mean, you talk about a guy who just let himself go.
Yeah.
I guess his imaginary girlfriend aren't around anymore.
Yeah, he didn't ride 65 miles to the Jersey Shore like Nick Kayal and Greg Stocker did. How dare you? How dare you?
Wearing my family's behind the badge
I
bike
see
ride
that.
shirt today.
I see that.
Yeah. I was out of polos. I didn't do any laundry all week. 855-839-1210. Let's get some calls. Tony talked about his family in Maryland. Craig is in Maryland. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Craig.
Hey, guys, girls. So, yeah, living here in Maryland's been a treat lately. We had a governor that had a $4.5 billion surplus, and Waste More was elected. Wastmore. And now we're in a deficit of $3 billion. Yeah, now we're in a deficit of $3 billion. So a lot of us on the Eastern Shore, we've talked about it years ago, but we're talking about possibly seceding, getting Delaware to join us, and a little part of Virginia, and having our own little state over here. It'd be great.
Yeah.
As long as they don't touch the Great Crab Rivers, the Wye River, the Chester River, Chestertown.
I was going to ask you, Craig. Craig, have you gone? Craig, have you gone crabbing lately?
On the Chester River.
The Chester River, and of course the Wye.
Yes, the Wye. But yes, it's a lovely place, and we'd like to keep it that way. That's why our motto on Eastern Shore is "Welcome to the Eastern Shore. Now go home."
Well said. There's Craigie in Maryland. Let's grab Frank in Bruno's old stomping grounds, South Philadelphia. What's up, Frank?
Hey, yo, how you doing? Hey, Frank.
Buongiorno, Mr. Bruno, and buongiorno to the crew over there.
Buongiorno.
Listen, I'm so.
Did somebody say Frank?
Yeah. You know
Frank from South Philly, Francesco in Italian.
Francesco. Well, you're not. I know you're not a lush. I can tell you're not a lush just by listening to you, Frank.
Hey, Tone. Listen. I was born in Italy. Came in when I was 6 years old, and I'm so disgusted, pissed off, whatever you want to call it, about these senators and governors that turn around and want to protect these illegal immigrants that invaded our country. And I don't mean no bad things to happen to these senators and governors and stuff like that. But if it would happen to them, they would break into their houses and possibly something drastic happen to their loved ones. What would they say? Would they still be protesting the ICE people, or they want to debunk the police departments in these cities, particularly in New York now? That guy over there, he wants to debunk Minnesota, Minneapolis. They want to debunk they do away with the police department. So if something happens to their houses, who's going to answer?
Yeah.
Are they capable of answering, taking care of themselves? I know I am.
Yeah, we got to
Tony?
stop.
Yeah.
Frank, we have to stop the debunking of police. I agree. No doubt about it.
Lock and load, baby. Conceal carry, open carry.
Debunk the police.
Frank mentioned...
Love calls.
Frank mentioned New York City. Mayor Adams spoke yesterday on that officer or the office shooting that happened. So the word now is, this is 14, that the weapon was purchased by an associate of the perpetrator. So,
or part of it, part of the weapon.
Part of the weapon. Okay.
Oh.
14, Phil.
And with that, we bring in New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Mayor Adams, obviously just an absolutely tragic night for New York City. And the pain of this is just beginning to be felt for these 4 families who woke up yesterday morning thinking it was a normal day, and now their lives are changed forever. Sir, is there any new information that you have about what happened last night?
Thank you, and thank you. I really want to thank the station for highlighting how painful this is for our city and the law enforcement family. As a former law enforcement officer, there's some personal feelings that I am going through, the loss of this young officer. And we have discovered through our investigation, as this continues to unravel, that the weapon that was used, part of the weapons was purchased by an associate of the perpetrator. And he also purchased the firearm that was found in the car by using a carry permit that he received in Nevada. We're still looking into other aspects. 2 teams of detectives are going to Las Vegas. One will be conducting a search warrant of his home. The other is going to do further investigation into the firearms.
When you say part of the weapon was purchased by an associate, which part? What do you mean? And is there...
Did it travel across state lines? Did that part specifically?
About 7 of them. Yeah, no, at least 7 states. I think he traveled across.
I tell you, it must be a rough spot for Eric Adams right now. By the way, I never thought I would see the Democratic mayor of New York City on Fox News saying thank you for Fox News highlighting this. Didn't have that on the bingo card this year. But boy,
no, he called it a station though. Thank you for the. He probably said that on any channel. He had no idea where he was on.
Well, you talk about
he just knows that
he's dead.
He
man
knows
walking.
Mom Dami is out there, and people are now posting the. He was terrified.
Yeah.
He was sorrowful. Coming back from his multiple weddings over the weekend. And now, all of a sudden, he forgets that he wants to defund the police.
Mm-hmm.
So all these defund the police people, or debunk them. I think debunking is even worse than defunding. I don't know. We may have to do a poll. We're going to put a poll. Is debunking better than defunding the police? Let's go to the phone.
Think about him right now. You're the defending. You're the current incumbent. You've got Curtis Sliwa as your Republican opponent. Then you've got Andrew Cuomo, an unmitigated disaster as the governor. He's coming down to the mayoral level. And then you've got a socialist running against you. I'll tell you what. I love this job. I love this show. I love this station. I love this city. But I am jealous of anybody like Dawn's husband or anybody doing those 2 stations that do what we do in New York. That must be a content buffet right now. That mayoral race.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. I'd be talking about that every single day. All 4 of those candidates.
Yeah.
Wow.
Although Mom
I'm
Dottie,
jealous.
There's a new poll, if you believe the polls, there's a poll that the New York Post is focusing on where they keep on saying that Mom Dottie is not doing as well in the polls. But who knows if that's true.
We'll get to that in a second. That's a great segue, Dawn, for that, because Andrew Cuomo was interviewed and asked about that. We'll get to that in 1 second. I just want to wrap up with Mayor Eric Adams here on the office shooting, talking about the mental health issues, CTE, whatever, that this gentleman allegedly had. 15. Go.
What else?
You know, Mayor, just today, all of us, work in the city. We have family members who work in the city. Everyone is unsettled by this, beside the fact that we are grieving for these families, because in these individuals, we all see, whether we know these people or not, people that feel like we would know, people that we work with, people's young people involved in this. So I guess my question is, as you look at this as mayor of New York, and as a former NYPD captain, How can we prevent some blatant act of violence like this from happening again? Where are the things that can be done that could stop this from happening again?
I think that is such an important question, and you're right. All of us, in some way or another, even if we did not know the victims, there's a personal attachment, and mine is with the dad of police officer, our police officer that we lost. He has only one son. I have only one son. And I thought about Jordan as I did the press conference yesterday. The emotion of that was overwhelming for me. What we have to do is both proactive and preventive. Proactive, our laws must be clearer on identifying those with mental health issues. There appears to be, from the reports we're getting, that there's a mental health aspect to this. And we have to ensure that our laws are stronger. New York City, we have some of the strongest gun laws in the country, but as you saw, this gun came from outside our city. And the police officers in this city have removed over 23,000 illegal guns off our streets to keep New Yorkers safe. And that's why you see the record numbers of shooters and homicides are at the lowest level in these 6 months in the recorded history of the city. We know we're the safest big city in America, but that's no consolation when you have a tragedy of this magnitude.
Well, you see this image of him walking in broad daylight with this.
Well, Tony,
he was that. I knew he was white the second I looked at that guy. I mean, much like that guy John Miller on CNN, they're expert on
male
gun control.
Male, maybe white. Male. By the way, did Aaron,
possibly white.
Yeah, did Aaron Burnett offer an apology for that stupid commentary?
It's a great question.
Of course not.
I didn't see any.
Not.
Or even a clarification.
Yes. Right.
Right. No matter what, that would have been appropriate for her to say.
Agreed.
Earlier, we had an expert on who gave us the first description that we had on our air. The story was still breaking because this was in the 7 o'clock hour.
Yeah.
She absolutely could have clarified that.
Yep. Tony, I know you're somebody that's packing legally, and I cited this story yesterday from Rolling Stone where the gun industry itself argued through polls and data that Americans are are fearful of concealed carry. I'm thinking, you know what? That's the one thing that makes me feel somewhat safer. If I'm not carrying one myself, the fact that maybe an off-duty officer or somebody that's a pro Second Amendment person is, you know what scares me? It's not concealed carry. It's individuals like this with mental health issues. I mean, he didn't try to conceal anything. He walked up the sidewalk with a bazooka.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the thing about New York City, and obviously we all know people. Obviously, your husband works in New York, Dawn. Yeah. But the bottom line is, you can't get a gun in New York.
No,
it's impossible to get a gun in New York unless you drive from Las Vegas and stop in the middle of the street and walk down the street before somebody even realizes that you're carrying an M3 rifle. So spare me the BS. There are people stabbing people all over the place. There are crimes going on, and the mayor. Listen. What that guy did, the coward took his own life at the end. He was trying to get to the NFL. That was one of the original stories. And then it was like, no, he was going out. He had a grudge against the NFL because he was a high school player in California, played in Canada, and never made it to the NFL. The reason he went to 33rd floor in that building on Park Avenue is he got in the wrong bank of elevators.
Got in the wrong
It was one that only goes to... Yeah, there's some elevators that only go like floors 2 through 8. He got on the wrong elevator, or he would have gone into the NFL portion of that building.
The only thing, I think Greg and I are thinking the same thing. So that building, though, in particular, it might have been that, or it might have been that he researched or knew some inside information. The 33rd floor is the one where you can get off that floor and have access to the floor, maybe then get into a stairwell.
Right, and go downstairs, correct.
Yeah.
Because most floors, most buildings, like our building, most buildings, you have...
secure floors, yeah.
Right? So the 33rd floor did not have that.
There was a CEO from Blackstone that was killed, a 42-year-old mother of 2 or 3, I believe.
Yes.
And I mentioned this earlier. This is I hate to even play this, but I do feel like we need to shine a spotlight on these animals. TikTokers took to the TikTok to celebrate the assassination of this woman. This is cut 30, Phil.
This is like our Luigi Mangione celebrating
100%.
the United Healthcare
Yeah.
CEO.
Yeah. It's not just one; it's a montage of a bunch of creeps. Roll it.
There's a housing crisis, so hey, you know what? Let's get more against those Blackstone people. Let's take them out.
If you're having a bad day, I just wanted to hop on and let you know that the CEO of Blackstone, a private equity real estate firm, was one of the victims in the recent shooting.
Yes, her name up there.
Another CEO got shot. Nature is
And I'm
healing.
not saying she deserved it, but I'm saying God's timing is always right.
At least these mentally disturbed people are publicly identifying themselves now. You know, you talk about we don't know who's walking down the street. I mean, everybody here has been to New York.
Yeah.
You know how crazy it is in New York. I mean, there's thousands of people walking on every street every single day, and the fact, you know, and again, I'm not saying that this is happening every day. It's not. But how many people can drive into New York City, stop their car in the middle of Park Avenue, and then pull out a gun, an M3 rifle, and walk down the street, and even the news media doesn't know what's going on, calling him a possibly white guy. I was possibly a white guy until I've been out in the sun getting packed up. And I'm not just packing heat.
No.
I'm packing up. This is the last show from this studio. So this is save the tape on this one. This will be the last show from South Cape Coral, Florida, ladies and gentlemen.
You know what? This is my last show from the studio as well. Nobody's in studio anymore. I'm staying in Bluebell.
I'll be in the new home studio next week. We will be in the house.
Can't wait to see it.
And loaded and locked and loaded.
Locked and loaded. Locked and loaded.
Casa de Bruno.
You know what else is locked and loaded? That we're up above 200 likes. But I need 60 more people. I need 60 more people. YouTube.com/.
60 more. Come on. Give me 60. Give me 60.
We need 60 more people right now to hit that like button. Hit that like button to get
Play
over 300.
60. Play 60. Just think of the football. Let's play 60. Let's go outside. Except now it's too hot to go outside.
Yeah.
People can't even go outside and play tennis now or ride their bikes.
Yeah, these TikTokers should go out and play 60. It'll be good for their mental health.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit that like and subscribe buttons while you're there. Can you be the 300th like? Tony is ordering you to do it. Tony Bruno.
Damn
the
right.
legend himself is ordering you to do it. Okay, everybody's talking about the Heat. I want to get to this real quickly. This is 19, Phil. So yesterday, Dawn reported in her news that the Eagles were going to move up practice, right?
Yes.
Because of the heat.
Oppressive heat and code orange particles of pollutants in the air.
So they started the practice at 9. I think they were done by, 11 or so. Jalen Hurts said this about the heat and practicing. Roll this.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all, and these last 2 days have been very challenging from each standpoint. So everybody collectively, just continue to push through those things. Control what you can. I think it's a good test and a measure of where we are right now and where we desire to go. So.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all. Jalen Hurts.
That is called stupid.
Yeah, I kind of disagree.
At least they play the Super Bowl in a climate-controlled city and not like Philadelphia. But once they build that new dome stadium for the Eagles with your tax dollars, and they put the 76ers arena right inside the middle of it where it can come out and go back in to the Eagles' new dome facility so they get a Super Bowl, then everybody will be okay. The Heat does make what was the quote again?
Heat makes cowards of us all.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all.
Yeah.
Fatigue makes cowards
of us all. It's not the
heat.
How many times have I said it? It's not the heat. It's the stupidity that gets you all the time.
By the way, there's a story this morning about a Tennessee, I think, high school student who died of heat stroke from playing.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
So we,
practice,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So we, these are big guys with a lot of padding on, and they're, So
I'll tell you what, though, I went for a 3-mile jog yesterday. 97 degrees up in the Lehigh Valley.
Look at you.
And I'll tell you, because it wasn't humid, it was much more manageable. I'll take 97 with low humidity versus 90 with 98% humidity.
But your in-laws way up was cooler there.
Yeah, exactly.
It was cooler.
Exactly.
It was 97.
Listen,
It was 105 here.
Yeah.
try coming down here where it's been in the mid 90s for the last 3 months, and it's so hot. Seriously, you literally sweat just standing outside. That's how hot it is here. So don't come down here, folks. Do not come down. As Kamala Harris once said, don't.
Right.
Yep.
Don't.
I mentioned, or Dawn mentioned, Mondami there in New York City. Andrew Cuomo was asked about him yesterday and the morale of the NYPD. Now that one of their officers was shot and killed by some lunatic. This is 27, Phil. This is the moderate Andrew Cuomo interviewed by CNN yesterday. Roll this.
Do you think your opponent, Zohran Mamdani, would a Mayor Mamdani help or hurt the morale of the NYPD?
Well, look, if you look at his prior statements, I think it would definitely hurt. Literally, he has said he was part of this defund the police movement. He has said that the police are a threat to public safety, that they are racists, that he would dismantle the police department. So these are all very harsh statements. I think it would be very hard to recruit police. Who would want to work for a mayor who basically did call the police officers racist? I think he would aggravate what is already a bad situation. And I don't think he understands the importance of the NYPD and the importance of public safety, and something like this happens, and then it really is a reality check for all this political theory and political hype that we have going on in this country with the extreme left.
Oh, he's so boring.
Yeah.
God.
I need a shower after listening to him.
Jesus, man.
He's so slimy.
Get to the point.
I know.
Holy man.
I don't think the New York Democrat electorate realizes just how bad the defund the police thing would be. But because it's this stupid, I mean, seriously, he's going, and I know, his polls are down. I'm telling you, they're not electing Cuomo. They're not electing Sliwa.
No.
Eric Adams is dead man walking. If I had to place a bet right now, I would say, just like you're saying Wes Moore, next nominee for Democrats in 2026, Tony, or 2028, I'm saying Mamdani is going to be the guy. If I can find a place that's taking bets on it, I'm putting money on it.
I mean, for mayor of New York, yes, but not for president of the United States.
No.
That's AOC. AOC is going to be right there.
America will never elect a socialist as president. A mayor, yes.
I agree.
Not a president.
Doug Schoen from The Hill disagrees with you, Kayal. He says that the time is like it's not as far off as people think it is.
Do you think the New York socialists in politics today, Mamdani, AOC, do you think they're feeling great about their chances after what just happened this past week in New York City?
No.
Can't be.
This hurts him, especially coming from the family $1 million compound in Uganda and the in-laws party that was in Dubai.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not a good look.
Right. I wish my in-laws were in Dubai.
Don, talk to us about Piazza.
Yeah, we got to talk about our friends from the Piazza Auto Group and really some great news for them at Piazza Auto Group because Acura has just been named America's best value luxury brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. So what does it mean? It means top performance, cutting edge tech, unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and for your dollar. Just visit them, Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester. Or you can always go online, piazzaacura.com, for all those special offers. Piazzaacura.com, Piazza, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more, 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/JOY.
When my business was taking off, our old phone system just wasn't cutting it. We needed fewer missed calls, more flexibility, and better visibility into customer conversations. That's when I found OpenPhone.
OpenPhone is the all-in-one system for small businesses and growing teams. Manage multiple numbers from one device, work seamlessly as a team with shared numbers, and stay organized with AI-powered call transcripts, summaries, and next steps, so nothing gets missed and your team responds faster. OpenPhone integrates with tools you already use, like Slack, HubSpot, and Zapier, so everything's connected and efficient.
Having tried just about every relevant small business phone system, OpenPhone is truly in a league of its own. It's now essential to how we run our business, and I couldn't be happier with the value it brings.
See why over 60,000 businesses trust OpenPhone. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
When the market is unpredictable, Crash-Proof Retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-Proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone my actual statements. If they had a question about crash-proof retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Downingtown Country Club on August 20th, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607, 800-388-6607.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
That is correct. Kayal and Company now, the Dawn Show at 10. Tony Bruno is with us as we continue the cut sheet, and we are inside of 40 minutes until we get to our third installment this week of Fight Club.
Senator Josh Hawley, and I know we've talked about this recently. Senator Josh Hawley announces a bill to send tariff rebate checks to Americans. I wanted to see what you guys thought about this idea.
Stupid. $600.
Oh, Tony, I like this. I like. All right, let's debate this. It says not going to the fat cats, the Wall Street, the blue collar voters. That is what he's saying here. This video courtesy of Real America's Voice. Roll this.
So this is not going to the hedge fund managers or all the Biden voters. This is not going to the Wall Street kingpins. They don't need any of it. This is going to the Trump blue collar voters, the people who Joe Biden crushed, the people who didn't get a raise under Joe Biden for 4 long years, the people who cannot afford their gas because Joe Biden shut down our energy, who can't afford their groceries because Joe Biden drove up the price of everything. And it is a message from us to them, from Trump to these folks, that he is here to deliver for them. I got the idea from the president. I mean, the president said maybe we ought to do a little rebate. Great idea. It tells our people, the working people, that we are here for you and these policies are going to benefit them. And we're in it for the long haul. These Trump policies are here to stay.
Well, I'll let Tony Bruno lead off since he said it was stupid.
It is stupid. $600, that's what we got after a hurricane here in Florida from FEMA. Regardless of how much damage there was, we got a $600 check. Where does $600 come from? Again, the whole thing where people are, well, let's use that to pay down the deficit. Who's going to pay down the deficit? Nobody's ever going to pay it down. It's like credit cards. And now CBS is saying that even rich people are having trouble making ends meet, paying down their credit cards because of Trump's economy. So that's dumb. $600 does nothing. It doesn't even get you a good weave and front row seats to the WNBA, where some foreign object will appear out of nowhere, and you may get hit by an errant shot by a superstar WNBA player who can't even hit the rim on an uncontested dunk.
I'm just curious, Tony. So you don't think that we should use that money to pay off the deficit? Like, I think that's
How are we going to pay off? You know what the deficit? If every dime collected would just go to the interest on the deficit, and again, I've been talking about deficits my whole life. Our grandkids, our great-grand. Listen, the government doesn't care. People don't care where the government money goes because it's our money. Yeah. So they waste it, and then they want us to feel bad that we should give more of our money to pay off the deficit. I didn't create the deficit. I'm not paying off the deficit. I'm not paying for anybody else's personal issues. Pay for it yourself. The whole thing about that's $600, that money should go to pay down the deficit. Do you people know what the interest is on a daily basis on the deficit? You want to know what the interest payments on my credit card debt is right now? No. Nobody wants to know it because that's my problem. I don't get to avoid paying my credit card bills. I do, but then the interest rates go up, and then I have to pay a $10 monthly fee just to avoid paying $10,000 on my next credit card. Nobody cares about paying down the deficit. That's one of those pie in the sky things. Yeah, if we all just, what you can do? If you want to, and I'm not talking to you specifically, Greg. Yeah. Everybody who thinks that paying down the deficit is the biggest thing that we have to worry about right now, how about this? How about you just write a check to the Treasury and say, I feel bad about what I'm doing. Here, let's pay down the deficit. Where do you think that check is going to go? It ain't going to pay down the deficit, that's for sure.
Well, but this is also revenue that's not coming from us, taxpayer dollars. This is tariff revenue from other nations.
I know.
So what do we do with it? You can pay down the deficit. You can give Americans $600 checks, or we could take that money and invest it in more national security, the Iron Dome, border security, ICE agents. Now apparently they're offering 6-figure starting salaries and $45,000 sign-on bonuses. But if you don't want the $600 from another third world country, I'll take your check, Bruno.
But let's think about this for a second. Just interjecting here so you can respond to it. What Josh Hawley said, number one, was a mistake to say this is for MAGA workers. No, it's obviously for everybody. So he should have, and Trump never would have said that. So that's a little bit of a slip that he made that, of course, the media rightfully, I'll say, but especially liberal media, they're flying off with him saying that, number one. Number two, the fact that he's saying, well, $600, instead of talking about the big, beautiful bill and the bigger $2,400 tax write-off for the kids and all of the Trump tax cuts and the $28 billion in revenue that they're talking about, already $1 billion higher than all of June's tariff revenue, and thinking about the $150 billion so far, those numbers nobody's talking about. Now what they're saying is, oh, look, Hawley, he's admitting that we're paying a tariff tax and they're trying to offset that.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, just saying that publicly and then going on right-wing media to say that, who is that appealing to? Seriously, people are hurting financially, people are on fixed incomes. So telling people that they should get a $600 check, the $600 number, I don't know where that comes from. Did he sit down and do math? The point is, we all get $600 checks from FEMA when there's a disaster. And then if you want to get more money because you've lost thousands and thousands of dollars and your insurance rates go up, where does that money come from? They raise the rates and they punish people who are just trying to rebuild, like California, where $100 million has gone unchecked, and the NGOs who waste the money that these stupid celebrities have a concert and then they don't even know where the money is.
But let me ask you a question, Tony. If you had an extra $600, if you got gifted an extra $600, not you personally, like I'm not making this personal about you, but if you had a credit card debt of, I don't know, $8,000 or something like that, wouldn't you use that $600 to pay off a little bit of that credit card debt?
Well, my credit card, but $600 wouldn't make a dent even in my Sam's Club account. Okay? I've been spending $600 a month on gas just going back in front of the lock to move boxes. So again, I'm not a millionaire. I've had a good life. I've made money in my life, but right now I'm not flush with extra cash.
I'll tell you what
Everybody would say, yeah, nice 600. By the way, I got a nice check today. Look at this. I got a $32.50 check from Disney. This is my dividend check.
Look at that.
From the Walt Disney Company. $32.50. I'm going out and getting 2 cheeseburgers and some Popeye's fried chicken with this baby today. Don't spend it all in one place, baby. A dividend check from Disney. How about that?
I'm going to use that $600 on some American Eagle jeans. That's what I'm doing.
Since I'm one of those far right Christian conservatives, I'm going to get True Religion jeans.
Yes.
True Religion. How can they allow a jean to be called True Religion? That sounds like white supremacist, Christian conservative, possibly white people jeans. True Religion.
Possibly white.
Did you ever have True Religion jeans?
Never.
Possibly white.
Jimmy Kelly, I need Aaron Burnett. I can't believe I'm asking for this, but I need Aaron Burnett on my board. Male, possibly white.
Yes. Since Tony brought it up, we played it early in the 6 o'clock hour, but it honestly feels like it was a lifetime ago. And this is a different audience anyway. Can we play the Sydney Sweeney ads? 24. Let's start with 24, just for Tony, so we can. 24.
I've seen it.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color.
I hate that
My
voice.
genes are blue.
I can't
Sydney
take that
Sweeney
voice.
has very genes.
That affected.
I'm not here to tell you to buy American Eagle jeans.
Vocal fry voice. I can't take
And I definitely won't say that they're the most comfortable jeans I've ever worn. Or that they make your butt look amazing. Why would I need to do that?
Yeah.
But if you said that you want to buy the jeans,
Is it hot in here? Or is it
I'm not going to stop you. But just so we're clear, this is not me telling you to buy American Eagle jeans.
Sydney Sweeney.
Okay.
I'm going to pull up American
Sydney
Eagle
Sweeney has made more money for True Religion, or for American Eagle than Nancy Pelosi made in Inside Trading the last couple of weeks.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
I love that drop.
Sydney Sweeney is 27.
Yeah.
I mean, we got all these purple-haired nose-wearing mutants commenting on Sydney Sweeney, for God's sake.
Can I just make a comment here too about
absolutely? Wait, you're the boss. Of course you can make a comment.
This is gonna make me sound like old man waving a cloud. Sydney Sweeney is. Everybody needs to calm down. She's 27 years old. Like she should.
Yeah, she's all right.
She should look like that. Yeah. You know what I mean? She doesn't have to spend any time in the gym. Yeah. She doesn't have to she can eat what she wants to. She's 27. Yeah. Of course she's going to.
She should look like that. Tell that to Meatball in South Philadelphia.
Exactly.
We all look like
everybody
that.
must eat.
We all look like that.
Everybody must eat.
Thank you. Right, Dawn? I'm not wrong. Am I, Dawn? I mean, she has. You could say good genes, or you could say 27. She's 27, and most 27-year-olds look like that. A lot of them.
If you go back in the history of ads, everybody's done gene ads. Even O.J. Simpson did gene ads. Yeah, come on.
Dawn, I'm on American Eagle's website, so I'm looking at all the female different genes. So would those be considered the low-rise, ultra-wide legs?
Yes.
Okay, so let's see what those go for right now. Well, you can get them for under... Well,
$50.
Yeah, there's 35.
By the way, American Eagle sells size 27 jeans too. So they're not just they're not just selling jeans to women who are like size 2.
Yeah.
All right. And by the way, those jeans they're not even close to being tight-fitting jeans.
No.
Yeah.
Remember when I said this earlier? What about the painted-on jeans?
Yeah.
That was a big deal. Those are loose-fitting. There's no way other than the has good genes. It's a play on words.
I know.
And all of these left-wing websites going crazy. I mean, even MSNBC is mocking the ads. Yeah. MSNBC, which still pays Rachel Maddow more money than Colbert to do one show a week, and they're the ones calling out an actress. As I said earlier, I have no idea who she is. I've never seen any of the shows she's in.
Yeah.
She's the flavor of the month, remember?
Well,
Last year was Margot Robbie with Barbie. You know, these are talented people, and they get endorsement deals. That's how it works.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that women are going crazy over this, and you look at the women who are going crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You can look at the women and tell us who are the mentally ill people in this country who need psychological help.
Phil, if you could, pull up the ABC Good Morning America clip that I had.
Oh, wow.
For the big take
Can you
today.
believe that?
I mean, they were they actually went out and brought on some, Ivy League scholar that wanted to talk about eugenics from the 1900s. And this was how it sounded and looked earlier this morning.
Time to check the pulse. We begin with the backlash over a new ad campaign featuring actress Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, the ads are for American Eagle, and the tagline is, Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Now, in one ad, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed actress talks about genes as in DNA being passed down from her parents.
The play on words is being compared to Nazi propaganda. Racial undertones.
Nuts.
The pun, good genes, activates troubling historical associations for this country. The American eugenics movement in its prime between 1900 and 1940 weaponized the idea of good genes just to justify white supremacism.
Despite that background,
you know what eugenicists did? They created Planned Parenthood. That's what the eugenists did. The eugenicists did back when they were talking about eugenics. It's not some diet pill you can get at Walmart from Cunol. It's eugenics is elimination of people. So Sydney Sweeney's loose-fitting genes are tantamount to fascism and Nazis. Now, can you believe this? And that's Keene University. Isn't that in New Jersey?
Yes,
that's why New Jersey is the. I hate to do lists. What's the worst state in the country right now? It's pretty hard. Is it Minnesota? Is it New Jersey? Is it California? Which state is the worst state? Is it Massachusetts?
Connecticut.
I mean, there's a list. Yeah. The list is endless.
I'm going to put together a top 10 worst blue states list, and we'll do that tomorrow morning. By the way, you're right, Tone. That's in Union, New Jersey. I'm guessing.
Of course.
That's what towards New York, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is it Keene College or is it Keene University now? It's not
Keene
very
University,
Keene.
but this is what happens when you have these liberal think tanks where you spend your entire as a professor. If you spend your entire life on a college campus as an academic, this is where you start to go insane because you're surrounded by probably 95% of the population on campus that all think the same way, right?
Yeah. Hey, it's Good Morning America. Let's call Keene University and see if they have some righteous Nazi collaborator talking about eugenicists.
Which is interesting.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Which is also interesting because this is the same company, Tone, that just had Shane Gillis host the ESPYs.
I know, exactly.
Doja Cat went on to the Twitters.
Oh yeah,
to
not
mock,
Doge Cat.
Doja Cat.
No, not Doja Cat is okay.
Right.
She went on to mock Sydney Sweeney's.
Although
American
if we dozed
Eagle
all cats, I'd be cool with that.
She did this. This is 26 Phil. She did this in a hillbilly accent. So she did this to mock
Doja Cat.
The hillbillies. Roll this.
Genes are passed down from parents to offspring, often determining traits like hair color, personality, and even eye color. My genes are blue.
Is her hair natural?
No.
No,
Look at that. Look at that color.
That's not genetics.
Oh, God.
She's
wait
making
a
fun
minute.
of.
I know.
She's making fun
Yeah,
of.
she's making fun. But meanwhile, here's a woman who calls herself Doja Cat, right? Which nobody knows what the hell it is. Is it feral? And she's making fun. I don't think she's making fun of Sydney Sweeney. I think she's trying to be the next Beyonce. Because remember, Beyonce is also a blonde woman who went country. Maybe Doja Cat is going to stick her foot in the country genre. And then we'll have her long blonde hair and blue eyes and be just like Sydney Sweeney.
Doja Cat.
Doja Cat.
I didn't know Doja Cat was still around.
I don't know who she is, to be honest with you.
Like a one-hit wonder a decade
You
ago.
don't know
maybe?
who she is?
I've
You've
heard the
heard
name.
it,
I've heard the name. I just don't know.
She was one of the performers. I think she was one of the performers at the Kamala Harris spectacular election eve concert on the Parkway in Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken.
Dawn, you have to remember, Greg and Phil, if it didn't happen in the 80s and it wasn't the grunge genre
90s.
as music snobs, they don't acknownish anything else.
Yeah,
Paint the Town Red was her biggest hit.
Most good music stopped after like 2002. That's all I'm saying. It's true. It's just the.
You know what Doja Cat's real name is? Doja Cat's real name is?
I have no idea.
Amala Ratnazandi Diamini.
Okay.
That's her name.
Of course.
Doja Cat.
Of course she is. Of course it is.
Amala.
She's 29 years old, by the way.
Yeah.
29 years old. Doja Cat.
By the way, Tony, I'm getting greedy now. But we're only 60. We're only 60 likes away from 400. So, can you yell at them and tell them to smash that like button?
You know, I'm tired of yelling. I'm chilling right now. I've been going crazy every day. I got to move more boxes into the storage unit.
Yeah.
I don't have time to yell at people anymore. I'm sorry.
We want to hit that hard.
I appreciate it. Hit that hard. Hit that like button hard. Can you be the 400th like? The 400th like? Come on, 60 people we need right now. Hit that like button. Like and subscribe. One of the largest healthcare providers, Kaiser Permanente, announced that it's ending sex change transition surgeries for minors in Oregon following Trump's executive orders. This is cut 12. Philip, cut 12.
In response to an executive order by President Trump, Kaiser Permanente will no longer provide gender-affirming surgeries to patients under 19 years old. Earlier this year, President Trump issued an executive order restricting access to gender-affirming care for people under 19. The new policy at Kaiser Permanente will begin August 29th. All other gender-affirming care will continue to be available. So far, no other Oregon-based providers have made such changes. Point 6 reached out to other Oregon healthcare providers to see if they were considering the same move. OHSU maintained that they will continue offering gender-affirming care that's evidence-based and follows an established process. Legacy Health would not say if they would change practices.
Kaiser says that your genitals will be permanente until you're at least 19 years old, which I agree with. Actually, I'll put it this way. I'm fine with 18. Once you're 18, you want to do it, knock yourself out. We know the brain doesn't get finished formulating until you're 25 or 26, but this stuff with 12-year-olds and 9-year-olds, and then the mom is just like, I agree, it's time. Stop. Good. I hope people get mad.
By the way,
about
Josh
this.
Shapiro still hasn't been able to make a definitive proclamation on whether he is for or against child genital mutilation.
Well, Mayor Pete earlier today said that we have to differentiate men and women's sports based on like things like chess versus swimming, because apparently chess in the world of Pete Buttigieg constitutes a sport, so there's no biological advantage in chess.
Mayor
Pete. Let me go to Bo in Levittown. Bo, you're on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, Bo?
Hey, Bo,
what do you know,
three
Bo?
points. 3 points. Dawn brings up another great point. One thing the Republicans do have is a great message. The unforced error by Josh Hawley, stupid. Focus on the big, beautiful bill, how it's going to help out the middle class. Focus on that every day. Don't get sucked into the stuff that the corporate media wants to get you sucked into. The second point I wanted to make, I think that American Eagle should go full nuclear troll. Add Caitlin Clark, maybe Danica Patrick in there to Sydney Sweeney with the Gene commercial. The hypocrites on the left are insane. Where are all the Planned Parenthoods at, Mitch? They're in minority neighborhoods. Margaret Sanger, total eugenicist, wanted to get rid of people. I just don't understand where they're going with it. That's why they haven't won any elections, anything else. The other thing for Mr. Bruno, I sympathize with you. I feel your pain. But what I teach my kids is you use a credit card to establish credit, but you don't use it unless you are going to pay it off the next month. I know I'm lecturing you, Tony. I respect you a lot. I've known you since I listened to you since I was a little kid, even though I'm not a little kid anymore. But that's the only reason why you use a credit card, and to get the points and the other great stuff that's on there. But those are my 3 points for the day. I enjoy your show. 1210 gets me through the day. Dawn, you're the best again. Great point. I know Dawn. All right. Have a great day, guys, and thanks again, Mr. Bruno. What you do is you save up instead of buying Miss Robin fresh flowers every day. Maybe skip it every 3 days. Save for what you want instead of racking up those bills on the credit card. That's my advice for the day.
I hear you, and I totally agree. I'm not racking up credit card debt because I want to. I'm racking it up because I have to. I have to put things on credit cards when you're building a home, and I can't go walk into Home Depot and say, "Here, I want to buy $5,000 worth of paint. Let me peel it off out of my. I have a big wad of cash. Let me peel off $5,000 right now or go to Sherwin-Williams and spend $8,000 for that." And I'm not complaining. This is what you do. Mm-hmm. Everything's expensive, but I'm not crying. No, I'll pay my credit cards off eventually. Yeah. I think if people want to help me pay off my credit card debt, everybody has credit card debt. CBS this morning is talking about credit card debt for rich people.
Yeah, whatever happened to the whole 10% interest cap that Trump talked about? Remember that?
I don't know. It's time. I think it's time to impeach him. I think we should start impeachment proceedings today. Who's the dude with the cane who always wants talking about impeachment?
Al Green.
Al Green from Houston.
The great Al Green, yes. I'm so tired of being alone. Not that Al Green. He was talented.
By the way, guys, coming up in 10 minutes, let's call it 12 minutes. 12 minutes.
Yes.
Fight Club, another edition of Kayal and Company Fight Club. We have that, plus a ton more. So stay there.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Out here in the middle of these acres, it can feel like you're the only person on Earth. That's how it feels when you're struggling with your mental health. But you don't have to feel alone. Find more information at loveyourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute and the Ad Council.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up, like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
This summer, Hester Chevrolet is bringing you spectacular savings with a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. Originally $55,962. That's over $11,000 in savings. Finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Hester Chevrolet, Philadelphia's trusted Chevy dealer. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right, for decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Straight up 9 o'clock as we continue Kayal and Company, fourth and final hour. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Tony Bruno.
A male, possibly white. Possibly. Although, you know, I've been confused for a guy who may or may not be white.
Yeah.
That's the advantage of living in Florida, where it's an endless summer.
Fight Club.
It's not the heat.
In 7 minutes.
Yeah, baby. Trump was interviewed by, I think this was Miranda Devine. Was asked about Russiagate. Yeah, it was asked him about Russiagate and the findings that Tulsi Gabbard had at the beginning of this week or the end of last week. I don't remember. All these weeks seem to kind of roll together. This is cut 6, Phil. Actually asking about the implication of Hillary Clinton in this. Because you guys all remember the lock her up chants. Roll this.
Tulsi Gabbard, your DNI, has just released all this incredible declassified information about the Russia hoax, which you already always said was a hoax.
We knew anyway.
But now she's referred former President Barack Obama, CIA Director John Brennan, James Clapper, Jim Comey from the FBI, to the Department of Justice for criminal investigation for potential charges. Do you hope that...
And Obama.
And Obama.
Who was the ringleader, yeah.
Yes. And I mean, he should be thanking you because you got presidential immunity.
Yeah, he's probably covered by that. It's okay. That's all right. That's the way it's supposed to be, I guess. But no, what they've done is so bad for this country. And it really started right at the 2016 election. And there's a difference when you know it and when you know it and it's all written down for you. I mean, it's all there. It's right there. The orders, the memos, the whole thing is right there.
Were you surprised when you saw it all laid out?
I would have thought they maybe would have thrown it out. I don't know. They handed it. They say, put this in highly classified. It was in highly classified, in areas that normally you wouldn't get to, but I guess when you put it in there, it's a file, right? And they got to it, and it's unbelievable. When you read it, it's unbelievable. A real hoax, it's a real hoax. If they would devote their time to winning elections, or if they devote their time to greatness, making America great again, it would be because there's a certain genius to it, but it's also sick. I mean, they're sick. And you look at Hillary Clinton, you look at all of the terrible things with the Steele dossier, and you know it better. Nobody's covered it better than you, to be honest with you. I mean, you're sitting here so innocently talking to me like, it's wonderful. You know the story better than I do. But it's incredible. It's all there now. It's in writing. And Tulsi's done a great job. There were some people that really wanted Tulsi. They thought she was going to do a fantastic job. And when you look, a lot of people would not have found it. They wouldn't have found it to be politically correct to find it. Okay. It would be easier not to.
And she's tough.
And she's tough and she's smart. And she did. She went deep into the files and she found it.
All right. There you go.
Tulsi is a badass. Obama's going to be protected. Clinton will never be dealt with. But I would say the three most likely, in most likely order: Brennan number 1, Clapper 2, Comey 3. I think it was Jonathan Turley who said, from a perjury standpoint, Brennan's like a 30-point buck right out in the middle of the headlights on the street. But other than Brennan, nothing's going to happen. We're going to get congressional hearings. We'll get testimony. We'll get leaked depositions. We'll get statements from guys walking down hallways, and nothing will happen. But we'll talk about it. Makes good radio.
Why will nothing happen though? I'm just curious. Everybody throws this out. It's like, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. I mean, like,
it's the last time a Republican put a Democrat in handcuffs.
They have been accused of really, really awful things. So, like, I would assume, since this is Trump's DOJ and the Republicans control every branch of every government and the Supreme Court,
because Republicans are still
something will happen to some of these individuals. No,
Republicans are finally motivated to vote like they were last year in the fall election. But Republicans still, and I'm talking about Republicans in office, they are not as cutthroat, and they will not stoop or go or fight fire with fire like Democrats do. They just won't. Again,
and they won't do it. And they won't do it next year. And they won't do it next year because it's a midterms. And if they go after all of these Obama sycophants and all of these criminals who are treasonous thugs who should be in jail, if they even raid like Jim Comey's house or John Brennan's house, the left-wing media, which is still the most powerful media in this country, unless you follow independent media, which a lot of people unfortunately still don't, they're going to make it a campaign issue. Look, Trump retribution. He's going after these people. Impeach. They'll do this. They'll play the same card again next year in the midterms. If they go after any of Obama's sycophants, they will be crucified by the media. Look what the media. There was a great clip of all the media people who were. Yesterday, I saw one of my followers, Maze Moore, who's got like 500,000 followers. He posted a litany of all the media people, many of whom have now been promoted or fired in the White House press room after Trump's first physical with his doctor in the room. They asked him the most ridiculous questions about Trump's health, about his dementia. That was one press conference after one of Trump's very first time he was president, his health history. They never asked any questions about Joe Biden's health. So you see the difference. The media is still the Democratic machine's operative, and it always will be. As long as they're around, they will absolutely carry water.
I don't mean to sound like a broken record. I'm just confused about all of this. Like, all of these charges are serious, and we're all, there's obviously this, the president said there's foolproof evidence There's proof that this happened. So why would, if this is the big deal that everybody's making it out to be, why wouldn't people be?
Well, then the real question needs to be asked. If Biden was the one coordinating all of these prosecutions against Trump as a political rival, the question needs to be asked by somebody in right of center media. Mr. President, do you personally want these people in jail? Does Trump really want them in jail? Or is this just red meat for his base? Is this something he just
I think
does
the
with...
American public, who's level-headed and common sense thinking, wants to see any government official who is absolutely involved in treasonous activity be at least arrested, or putting him in front of a congressional hearing is nonsense. It's a waste of time. Who watches C-SPAN 1, 2, or 3? Nobody watches that stuff during the day.
I do.
Nobody.
So that's the thing. I just think, depending on how hot it gets for Obama and his people, as he goes out there telling men how to be men now and having a gay friend that takes you to the theater, that kind of stuff on podcast, I think that the only way it happens is if the Democrats allow one of their henchmen like a Brennan to be arrested. Then they can say, see, we held somebody accountable here. When has Trump been held accountable? That's what they're going to say. It's always about, but Trump did this, and therefore, he should be impeached again.
Yeah.
But it's Trump's DOJ. It's Trump's DOJ that's going to that's going to bring charges, right? Why? I'm sorry. I'm just confused about all this. I just am.
I
don't understand. This is everybody running around with their hair on fire, which we have proof according to everybody, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
But then people should be prosecuted if there's proof. No.
I would think so.
Not the far left activists, not the Cory Bookers of the world, and these people who just scream every day out standing in front of a building. That's what gets on the news. That's what's on the news, is screaming people and screaming women about Sydney Sweeney. That's it. What are you screaming about? Cory Booker. All he does is scream, no matter what. To use an old rap lyric.
You have two separate sectors of society. You have the ones that focus on things that matter for their personal lives, kitchen table issues and policy things like the economy and everything else. And then you have those that are out there that just want the theatrics, the professional wrestling, the revenge, the vengeance, the vindication. And we did that poll last week. I said, you only get one. What do you want? You want Obama
I was
in
just going to
cuffs?
say that.
You want Epstein files, or you want lower prices? And lower prices won.
So is that?
I want lower prices.
Is that what this is? Is this a revenge for the 34 counts, or is there actual proof? That's what I want to know.
I mean, all the legal experts have said that it's right there in front of you. Only question is who's protected with what level of immunity, which Obama certainly will be based on that 6-3 SCOTUS ruling. But Hillary Clinton's not protected. Comey is not protected.
I'm sorry, Dawn, you were going to say something?
I think that once these allegations are out, the documentation is out, they should have not just congressional hearings. These individuals should be called, should be under oath, and they should have an official proceeding to say, we want justice, we want answers. Get these people under oath. And if they plead the fifth, they plead the fifth. But I think that it should not be a circus that we saw, for example, during, those impeachment hearings, which were ridiculous, Liz Cheney and all of that. Have a real proceeding that has some teeth to it. In other words, if somebody's under oath and they're caught lying under oath, then that's a separate charge as well. But have the proceeding, talk about truth, justice, and transparency. Where the charges go, well, that's what happens next. The goal should never be, we're going to get somebody. That's what they did politically with Trump.
Yep.
The goal should be just justice. And so we will begin with transparent hearings where these folks they put their hand on a Bible, they take the oath, and now you're under oath and you're going to testify.
Okay, well, then
begin with that.
Jonathan Turley said that John Brennan perjured himself. He's dead to rights.
Yep.
So
So
let's go through the process then. I'm not interested in buzzwords like transparency and all this hogwash. If he is, and Jonathan Turley, legal scholar, George Washington University, if John Brennan perjured himself, put him on the stand, ask the same questions, and let him contradict with his answers, or let him plead the fifth. You pull out the transcripts of what he said or claimed, compare it to what he says, prove perjury, and then throw him behind bars. Simple as that. I don't need any more theatrics. That's why I watch wrestling on Netflix. I don't need it on Capitol Hill.
By the way,
wasting our. You talk about wasting tax dollars. This is a waste of money. It's never going to result in anybody being put in jail. And it doesn't make me sleep better at night saying, "Well, great job,
the only
Tulsi.
thing that matters right
now. You barbecued that Dem. You owned the libs." Oh God.
We just need to see people being arrested with our gun-toting militiamen. Not militia people. By the way, GDP is at 3% for the second quarter.
Yeah.
So that's all people want to know. And Jerome Powell will be sweating BBs today because we have an economy now that's growing at 3% and inflation is at 2%. So these are the kinds of things people want to say. And you can have all these people spinning it. You watch today, they'll say, oh, it's a bad day for the experts.
Yeah.
Up 3%.
It's been a bad 6
highest
months.
level since the third quarter of 24.
Yep.
So the stock market's going to take off again today. And that's what people care. Not that everybody has stocks, but everybody has some sort of a pension plan, you would think at this point, if you worked all your life, other than Social Security. So to me, that's what people. Now Jerome Powell's going to be on the hot seat today, and whether or not he'll lower interest rates, because that's what people need. That's what people here in Florida, where there's a lot of empty properties, they want the rates to go down so young couples who want to have the dream of a house can buy a house here for like $300,000 in Florida and then just get a reasonable payment on their mortgage. That's what people want. They don't care about all this political nonsense that only the inside the Beltway crowd loves. Nobody cares about this stuff. Does anybody care about the Epstein files? I do, but am I going to obsess about it every day? No. So the bottom line is it's all about the economy, and all the Trump haters and the media that hates Trump, they're just going to keep everything he does, they're going to poo-poo. Meanwhile, the numbers are good. So that's what I look at. I look at the bottom line.
Yeah.
And I look at Sydney and I say, you know what? Those jeans aren't tight enough for me. I'm sorry. I'm not getting too excited.
Well, guys, that view ticker going up can mean only one thing. We are late. So let's do it. Jim Kelly.
Company Fight Club.
You're looking for a
Yes.
fight. I am looking for a fight.
Fights will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Wednesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, one priority you. Visit tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring the Wednesday, the What Up Tony Bruno Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. What up? This is 2 chicks outside the club. Two chicks outside the club.
You can find me in the club.
Yeah, this is
everybody in the club getting tips.
Yeah.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. When that viewer ticker goes up, I know it must be time. People want to see the fights, so let the fights happen. Fight Club, take it away. Look at Oh, jeez, man!
See, the hood works against you there.
Yes.
The top comes down.
The hoodie.
The top's coming down.
Yeah.
She gave her a chance.
Got boobs are out.
Yep.
That's some serious.
Yeah.
Rob, grappling.
Look at the guys. The men are just watching.
She has some sort of shorts on. Look at stop. Whoa!
He's running on her like a treadmill.
Yo!
Yeah.
I like the fact that
good footwork right there. That's good footwork.
Yep.
I also like the fact that she has no care in the world.
No.
That her large breasts are just jiggling around. The bra top was pulled down. But look at the sunglasses on top.
Those are lethal weapons right there.
Yeah.
I mean, that couple of slaps with those babies and you're out cold.
Wow.
She has better footwork than Eagles corner Adoree Jackson.
Nobody was watching her feet, Nick.
No. Did you see her when she was? I mean, she legitimately looked like she was running on a treadmill on top of that lady's body.
Yeah. I apologize. I probably should have warned. I should have warned the people. Truth be told, I didn't watch it all the way through, so I didn't know that there was cleavage. So,
there's more than
so
cleavage.
what? Men can walk.
Watch this.
Men can walk around with floppy boobs. Why can't women?
Watch when she gets on top. It's like the treadmill's on like a 6.0 incline.
Watch this. Here it comes. Watch this. Here it comes. And
watch me now.
Off to the
Feet,
races.
don't fail me now. Don't fail me now.
It's like she's on an elliptical.
Oh, and how about that? How about that right hand haymaker?
Yeah,
left hook.
Yeah,
right hook.
Maybe she'll be the next American Eagle cover girl.
She can pull it off.
YouTube.com/at1210 WPHT. Boy, that is that is a good one.
I'm
That's
telling
a
you,
good
man,
one
when you
today.
get these fights, you better not have the hood. You better not be in Crocs or flops. You got to come with the right apparel, or you're already at a disadvantage.
She did have good apparel. She had the peach pink sunglasses that remained on top of her head, I might add.
Yeah.
But the peach
that's
pink,
talent.
like
That's talent.
Yeah, tube top bra, that was at her waist.
You can't teach that, Dawn.
Yeah.
You can't teach that.
That's true, Tone.
This is I have to give credit where credit is due. That was submitted by Gigi Gadget.
Gigi,
another one of our the Fight Club associate producers. We have Ed Durr, we have Gigi Gadget, we have Newman, we have Chris Apolito, we have Road Warrior. They're all
Your
Fight
pro
Club.
bono staff.
I should say I gotta start putting. I said this to Road Warrior too. Like I gotta start putting these guys on the payroll. You know what I mean? And gals.
The hell you do.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
But by the way, to be honest, with all due respect to all those great contributors,
yes,
these videos are the easiest thing to find right now. The easiest thing to find is people going crazy.
But
I mean, there isn't a day that goes by in any city in America where there aren't throwdowns happening everywhere.
But Tony, too, as you know, my day is a little
no, I know.
packed.
No, we
so I don't always have
appreciate
time
we appreciate it.
I don't always have time to find the fights.
They took a page out of my book.
Thank you. Yeah, you missed my rant yesterday, Tony, when I went off on the fact that Clay and Buck now are going to be. They've decided that they're going to stream their show, their 3-hour show, on YouTube because YouTube is the future. And I said it's like I decided that 2.5 years ago, and I got laughed out of the building. Who's going to watch?
Exactly.
Who's going to watch radio and TV on YouTube? Nobody cares.
Go away!
You see who else? See who else is on YouTube?
Who?
More canceled people. Matthews from MSNBC.
Chris Matthews.
And the guy who used to do the show in the dark at night on late night on PBS. He was canceled too.
Oh yeah,
who was
we
the
talked
guy?
about that. That was
Charlie Rose.
Charlie
Rose.
Yeah,
Charlie
creep.
Rose has a YouTube show right
That
now.
creep.
It's two old guys looking like they're in a dark room going to the bathroom.
They don't know what the they're doing.
We have more. We have more for the cut sheet because this is the never-ending cut sheet. I am going to step aside though and let Dawn do a big 3 at 9:30 because
we have a lot.
We have a lot. So let's take a quick break, Nick, and then on the other side I'll have a few more cuts than Dawn's.
Sounds good to me. And then, of course, the bells and the whistles, the movies, the music, and another prize and a preview for what Dawn has for the top of the hour. Back after this.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
When someone's AC is on the fritz or drains are just not draining at all, like at all, Horizon Services never asks, how soon do you need it fixed? You know why? Because no one in recorded history has ever said, oh, take your time, just whenever you can get to it. We just assume how fast can you get here will always be the answer. So Horizon will be there same day, and we won't leave until you're 100% satisfied. See? Sometimes it's good to assume. It gets your AC fixed fast. Book today at horizonservices.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. Taking to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
It's time to cut your old point of sale system and revolutionize your business with PDQ POS. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have been the industry leader for over 35 years. They offer everything from mobile POS to self-service kiosks and the best service and support in the industry. For the fastest, easiest, and most reliable POS available, trust PDQ POS. No matter how many locations you have, they'll build a custom solution for your business. Visit pdqpos.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Not yet. Do it today. Okay. At 1210 WPHT.
Mustard. Kayal and Company, live on a Wednesday morning. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. Watch us live on YouTube. Coming up shortly, we will get to Jimmy Kelly's Morning Mystery Movie clip. Another chance for another great prize. Phil Almquist, a.k.a. H-Share himself, will be in here with Today in Music History. And, of course, Dawn will tell us what she has lined up for the top of the hour. But right now, Dawn has to tell us what we've missed.
Not yet. Let me do a couple more clips.
Yeah. And then the big three.
Maine state representative. You guys, Tony and Nick, were talking about the wokest states. What's the wokest state? Maine might be right up there, by the way. This state representative, Rafael Macias, defends men invading women's sports. I know this is right up your guys' alley. Your guys.
She went from talking on the floor about her freedom of speech to Fox News
and on a national level, speaking about her issues and her problems with men and women's sports. And that's not free. That's not a freedom of speech issue. Nobody was arresting her. The government was not arresting her. The government wasn't, turning off her mic. The government wasn't doing that. In fact, what she did was she doxed a young man, a teen who wanted to play sports. And I'll go to I heard that he placed 9th when he was competing as a boy and placed first competing in a track and field sport where it's really individual times, individual, heights for, I think he was a pole vaulter. It's an individual sport. So if you're worried about who you're competing, particularly if they are, they're stronger and they can jump higher, I think that makes everybody in the field better.
No, it does.
Jumping higher, running faster.
Right.
Now we can have the argument about, women can't compete at a level of men. I was just looking to see, the 4-minute mile, and there are women that there are no women that have run the 4-minute mile, but 4 minutes and 6 seconds. They can compete. They can run faster than me. They can run faster than you, and probably most men that I know who can't run the 4-minute mile. There are women that are doing that. So, you can compare men and female and say men are stronger, can jump higher, run faster, longer, all that good stuff, and that women shouldn't play in men's sports. That was the whole reason behind Title IX back in the early 70s of saying,
let's be clear about a couple things. So
enough
of
this dope. No, women can't play in men's sports because they can't compete against most men, you dope. I got an idea. Here's what we'll do. Let me take my daughters up. Where's this guy from?
Maine.
I'm going to take him up to Maine. I'm going to bring my daughters up, and we're going to take turns kicking you in your testicles. How about that, you dope? I don't even know what he was rambling about. I mean, the only semi-absurd argument was men that would finish 9th in men's sports are now winning, and that's a good thing for all of the females in female sports. Like almost like he's trying to make the argument of iron sharpens iron, and this is going to make females more competitive and want to train harder. Got news for you. Riley Gaines could spend every single second of her life training. She was not going to beat Leah Thomas because Leah Thomas was a man. I can't take any more of it. I don't even know why we talk about it. It's a 99-1 issue.
Nick can't take the jump.
I can't. This guy, I don't even know what he's... The Chuck Ellis Show. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chuck Ellis program.
He's triggered. Yeah, I love it. He's like Greg Stalker level triggered.
Enough.
Let me just one more time, Nick. If you worry about who you're competing, particularly if they're stronger, they can jump higher, I think that makes everybody in the field better.
Oh yeah, so that's right. That's right. Yep. Katie's gonna say, you know what? I learned a lesson today. I just gotta put in more work if I want to beat Bobby. No.
All right. That is what I have for the cut sheet today, but we should take another break before we get to Dawn's Big Three.
Yes, somebody go download the latest episode of the Chuck Ellis Show. Chuck Ellis!
He's triggered, Tony's speechless.
You're not on, buddy. Oh, there you go.
Chuck Ellis.
No, I was riveting. We should have played like a whole 20-minute segment.
Newsflash. Who was the guy on the right again? What's his name?
Hang on. He's a state representative, Rafael Macias.
From Maine.
Tony,
that's it. Maine is number 1 in the power rankings.
I was just going to say.
Yep. Maine. And here's another idea. Land the plane.
Maine, New Jersey.
Sheesh.
Oregon.
You know, you couldn't pay me $1 million a year to live in Maine.
Washington State.
Nope.
Maine's beautiful.
I know it is.
When's that meteor shower coming that's supposed to decimate all of us? It can't get here fast enough.
Neither can the Big Three.
Thank God.
And that's coming next.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
First, there was Tuesday. Then, there was Taco Tuesday. Now at Wendy's, there's Takis Tuesday. Get a new Takis Fuego meal, a.k.a. Takis Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries inspired by Takis, a bag of Takis Fuego chips, a small drink, and also a small Frosty Classic. Yes, you can get that any day, but on Takis Tuesday, the Frosty is free. Make every Tuesday a Takis Tuesday. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
If your home's old, drafty, inefficient windows and doors are in need of replacement, then go to the family name that's been trusted in the tri-state area for over 75 years. My good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida's expertly installed high-performance windows and doors will definitely increase the comfort level of your home while also helping you save on your monthly energy bills. But the savings don't stop there, because Guida will also help you save on the cost of your project by giving you 40% off all windows and doors during the month of August. Plus, you can easily buy now and pay later with Guida's low monthly payment plans or interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales are excluded. Offer expires at the end of August, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business, whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
Active Liver is the easy way to get a daily detox to keep you healthy and feeling your best. Find Active Liver at your local CVS or online at Amazon or NewNordicUSA.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Saving for retirement is one thing. Making your money last? Well, you might need some help. Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Kayal and Company 936 on another hot sunny Wednesday. Not jean weather. It's more like bathing suit, skirt, shorts weather. Dawn Stenson.
Jorts now. Who's going to do the next Jorts ad?
John Cena. That's what I think of when I think of jorts. All right, we'll get to the movies, the music, and what's on tap at the top of the hour. But right now, time to get caught up in the world of news and maybe some other stories we may have glossed over. A Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9:37.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Ice, ice, baby. So a new record as we hear now that Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, arresting more illegal immigrants in less than 6 months. And this is just announced from Houston. Then the Biden administration arrested all of last year. What's significant about the numbers is how many of these are convicted sex offenders and specifically convicted child sex offenders. So that's one of the headlines in the stats that we're seeing, which brings us to an important story about loopholes in different laws. And this has to do with Pennsylvania, so technically this is a local story. So there's a man, and this has gone viral, a man identified as Brandon Keith Riley Mitchell. He's one of the men in a viral video on TikTok. He and his fiancée announcing that they got a surrogate and have a baby. Here's the problem that many have with that, and this is confirmed by officials in Chester County and the DA's office, as well as officials here in Pennsylvania. The man now lives in Maryland, but this guy is identified as a Tier 1 registered sex offender in Pennsylvania.
How? You talk about a loophole.
Yeah.
Well, he's a Maryland man.
Now, but
Yes.
he was in Pennsylvania. He's a Tier 1, and he pleaded guilty, by the way. He pleaded guilty.
So what's the different tiers? Like what do you have to do to be a Tier 1?
Is he
sex
registered
offender?
under Megan's law?
He is registered under Megan's law, and he is a convicted child sex offender and former high school teacher. He taught at Downingtown West High School here in Pennsylvania.
And he was still able to adopt a baby with his husband?
Because they had a surrogate. So if they were adopting straight out through an adoption agency, he would not have been able to adopt with his partner.
Yeah.
But because they found this loophole through an actual surrogate, that loophole would allow him to now have a little baby. Wow. And I don't know that the surrogate, so the laws clearly, I think if you're a surrogate, you would want to know this, so that they, many calling for, closing this loophole.
Yeah, I would say so.
So I'm just kind of briefly reading the story. He was accused of trying to pick up a 16-year-old boy.
Yes.
Like a student.
A student.
Oh God.
So he was arrested. This was a local story at the time.
Yep.
Back in 2016, but he's still a Tier 1 registered sex offender. Like Nick said, you asked the appropriate question. What about Megan's Law? What about being on all the registries? Yes, this happened. It was a big story here. And so this was a student at Downingtown West High School. And he, at this time, Mitchell was then 30 years old, but he worked at the school as a chemistry teacher. He was fired. He was accused of asking the boy to send him nude photos, among other things. Wanted to watch the boy do certain acts.
And he was
and so on and so
convicted,
forth.
right?
He was
not
pleaded
acquitted.
guilty. He was convicted.
Okay.
And Nick, to your point, he pleaded guilty.
So, and this is in Pennsylvania, a Tier 1 sex
Pennsylvania.
offender has to stay on the Megan's Law registry for a period of 15 years. I'm assuming he's still within that 15-year period.
Yes. And at the time of the news story that happened, and again, this is confirmed through the district attorney's office and all of that in the suburbs in Chester County at the time. But so they issued a search warrant at the time, and the court records revealed that he had exchanged more than 12,000 text messages, and these had, sexually explicit videos of an underage boy, etc. And so he pleaded guilty to felony child pornography possession, 1 count of corruption of minors. He was sentenced to up to nearly 2 years in prison. But
Did he
was
serve
released,
any time? Oh,
he was released on parole. He did serve 2 months.
2 months?
2
Out
months.
of 2 years?
But then they paroled him after 2 months, and he never served the full 2 years.
Oh, my God.
So he has to alert a neighborhood that he is a sex offender.
Yes.
But he can have a baby and be in custody of a child.
What's interesting, and Dawn pointed this out, what's interesting is that the loophole is that because they're not adopting, it's not technically adoption, it's a surrogate, right? So, oh my God.
I wouldn't let this guy own a pet.
But this is important to put this out there because he was ordered to have no unsupervised contact with minors, and because he pleaded guilty to these felony charges and so on, he gave up his teaching license. However, his fiance, his life partner, who's a man identified as Logan Riley, who he married in 2021, his partner is a second grade school teacher from Maryland.
Oh my God!
So
another Maryland man.
Yes,
Chris Van Hollen's on his way.
So I don't even know if his partner Logan Riley, does this man who now they have this child through a surrogate, does Logan Riley even know about this conviction? And you know what I mean?
He would have to register, like wherever they move together, he would have to register, right? So
exactly,
this child's got no chance to grow up in a normal life.
Oh my Lord!
None.
Is this the same duo that posted the video online?
Yes. It's out there
of them with their.
The
My God!
I didn't know if this was a real story or not.
It's a real story.
But I've seen the video. Yeah.
So adoption laws, like I said earlier, in the state would prohibit any confessed sex offender from ever adopting or even fostering children. But this is the loophole because they have a surrogate.
I'm sure this is another 80-20 hill that the Democrats will die on.
I have to say this too, that people are gonna make a same sex issue.
No, this has nothing to do with it.
No, it has nothing to do with it.
I would have the same. We would all have the same reaction if it was a dude and a 16-year-old girl.
If you're married to another dude and you want to adopt or have a surrogate, knock yourself out. But when you're a child predator,
I'm not saying that we're going down that path.
No,
I say
of course.
that the other side.
But
is
anybody
gonna
that
argue,
questions
yes.
this and calls it out for what it is,
You're against same-sex
Right.
couples adopting and having surrogates. No,
I would like to think that child pedophilia and child predators is a 100-0 issue.
Yep.
AKA not an issue. But.
Oh, this is infuriating.
Yeah.
It truly is. Tony mentioned this, and President Trump this morning is busy on Truth Social talking about this, that it grew. It grew bigly. No, the U.S. economy growing more than anticipated, and that's a good thing in the second quarter, rebounding from that contraction that everybody talked about in the first 3 months of 2025. And so this is a sign of resilience and great news, but the Commerce Department releasing these advanced GDP, the gross domestic product numbers, 3% growth. And this is the period from April through June. And so, and the economists have projected 2.5%.
Wow.
So think about the backdrop here, because obviously we've been talking about the fact that the Fed, the Federal Reserve Board, has been meeting since yesterday, and they are expected to hold a news conference, as they always do at the end of their 2-day meeting. So
lower the damn rates today. Lower the damn rates today.
So that's what Trump is basically. You just paraphrased everything he's saying in all caps.
I don't know what the they're doing.
Exactly right.
Back to that. Back to that Downingtown story. Dawn, Patty C asked, this guy was registered in 2016. Where was the background checks? Do they not do background checks even for surrogates?
They do not do. This is the loophole to answer your question, Patty. They do not do a background check when you have a surrogate mom who's now, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the loophole. If he were trying to be a foster parent, if he was trying to get a teacher's job again, if he was trying to, if he and his partner, and again, if his partner's a woman or a man, that's irrelevant.
If they wanted to adopt a dog, they would just
would come up.
Brady White Valley SPCA does background checks, just to adopt dogs.
See,
I'm serious. We're going through. Well, we're going through it now. We will.
So
just saying.
Yeah, so it's an unfortunate. And so what happened was the couple, when they had announced the birth of the baby, the surrogate mother then gave the birth, and the happy couple, and they put a GoFundMe out there and so on and so forth. All of a sudden, people started saying, "Wait a minute, isn't that the guy that made the huge headlines?"
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so somebody recognized him. That's how all of this came forward.
I'm sure our local news stations, Dawn, are all over this story. I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah. Front page material.
6 ABC, I'm sure they're NBC 10, CBS 3. I'm sure they're all over this story.
Well, hopefully Logan Riley knows about this and perhaps has something to say about
Well,
it.
CNN is reporting on it.
A male, possibly white.
Oh God. And
no, definitely white. Not possibly, definitely white.
And we're more than big three, but the heat wave, be safe, baby. But rain tomorrow, possible flash floods. So the heat wave will be broken tomorrow. That's your big three.
There you go. Dawn, thank you very much. Tony Bruno, thank you. And we will reconvene next time with you from Casa de Bruno.
Yeah, baby.
Woo.
Good night, everybody. God bless America. And lower the damn rates, Jerome Powell. Lower the damn rates.
That's right. There he is,
Thank you,
Bruno
buddy.
from Florida. We'll come back. We'll get to the bells, the whistles, the movies, the music, and the preview next. Stay there.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save with Window Nation's best deal yet. Get 50% off all window styles, plus no interest until 2030. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com before July 31st. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
We didn't take to retirement like we thought we would.
We got bored.
So I thought I'd book a trip to Italy to celebrate retiring.
We didn't speak Italian.
We didn't then. We do now. Because of Babbel.
Babbel is the refreshingly easy-to-use app for learning a new language. With more than a dozen languages to choose, Babbel uses immersive lessons to teach you vocabulary and grammar in a way that sticks.
We set a goal for 15 minutes per day.
That's all we needed.
And Italy was just...
Bellissima.
That means beautiful.
In Italian.
From interactive lessons led by experts to conversation tips on real-life topics, Babbel's revolutionary teaching style keeps language in your head and easy to remember. Celebrating 15 million subscriptions sold. Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai with code RADIO at checkout for 20% off.
2290.ai.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-979-3168. 800-979-3168. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-979-3168.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
From Broomall to Blackwood, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
By the way, real quick, today's show is sponsored by Staples. Calling all parents and teachers at Staples. Your back-to-school budget is officially saved by the button, the easy button, with supplies as low as 25 cents, plus laptops up to 40% off, and more deals on top brands and trending styles. Find it all at Staples. That was easy. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring today's show. Staples, I was in you yesterday, so thank you very much, Staples, for letting me be in you. I was in Staples yesterday.
Yeah, you were in you.
Yeah.
Jimmy, Clip. Jimmy, we'll get to your movie tomorrow because we have to get to all the Phil timers out there with Mr. H-Air himself.
What happened on this day in music history?
Phil's about to get in here.
On Kayal and Company.
Today, July 30th, we celebrate the birthdays of Brad Hargreaves from Third Eye Blind, who's 54, and Buddy Guy, who's 89. We also lost the founder of Sun Records, Sam Phillips, on this day in 2003. Signature Jailbreak by Thin Lizzy in 76. Altitude X by Def Leppard in 2002. Alice in Chains Unplugged in 96. Black and Blues debut in 84. Last Time Around by Buffalo Springfield in 68. And the soundtrack to Fast Times at Ridgemont High in 82. Also in 91, a police officer was forced to tear up a traffic ticket given to the limo that Axl Rose was traveling in after it made an illegal turn. Axl threatened to cancel that night's show if the ticket was issued. In 88, Steve Winwood was atop the singles chart with Roll With It. In 87, David Bowie began his Splash Spider tour at the Vet. In 2001, U2 ended their 360 tour. In 81, Judas Priest and Iron Maiden were at the Tower. In 55, Johnny Cash recorded Folsom Prison Blues. In 54, Elvis gave his first concert. And about an hour ago was Ozzy's funeral procession in Birmingham, England. But lastly, on this day in 1892, John Philip Sousa conducted a farewell concert at the White House the day before his discharge from the Marine Corps. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
Thank you very much, Phil, as we find out what Dawn has lined up in just over 4 minutes.
Yeah, we have so much for you. We're going to talk about the economy, talk about Trump. There are a ton of updates. We'll get to all of that. Some health news, important health news that we'll get to as well. And we've got a local, state, national. But we will get to our friend, Chief Pat Malloy, talk about all things. Some big events are coming up. We want to talk to Pat about that, Chief Malloy, but as well some warnings that have been going out within the suburbs. So suburbanites, stand by for that one. We'll get into all the latest with ICE. the numbers, some shocking information. We have great guests lined up, a great show. Stay right there.
All right, the Dawn Show is up next. Everybody stay tuned for that. We're back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Jimmy Fallon at 8:30. We'll see you then.
Good night, everybody. You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to